There we are. Hi. Hey. Hello. What's up, guys? It's 1:26 in the afternoon on a Friday. It's January 23, 25, 26, excuse me, 23, 26, 1:23, 26. That's a January 23rd, 26, and it's 68 degrees out. Friday, 1:27, 68 degrees, 1:23. It's, it's a beautiful day, and I love you guys. Thank you so much. And now, I will be playing some video games. I have synced up a whole bunch of videos. Gonna take it off the big face. I have gotten ready. I'm loading clients and all this. We're gonna get into Fallout 76, X4, and Grand Theft Auto 5, and we'll move on. There's a Midas Touch live from a general strike. We're gonna watch that, but we're not gonna get to it. Well, maybe we do actually watch that first. We're gonna watch that first since it's live. Gotta change sound settings. There we are.
Megan, I apologize. I'm okay.
Okay, there we go.
So we just went out there as I was introducing you, so I just want to do that really quick. So John and I were on the ground in Chicago for 2 months during Operation Midway Blitz as that city was being occupied by the Trump administration and being victimized.
Check.
During that, we spent a lot of time outside the Broadview, Illinois ICE detention facility, where there were a lot of demonstrations being led by clergy. Megan, you were one of the ones who was leading some of those demonstrations.
I wouldn't say leading, but I was there.
You were there. You were present for some of those demonstrations.
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to get a sense from you. You're up here from the Chicago area. Megan, why did you feel the need to come all this way to be a part of this demonstration?
Yeah, well, there's a whole coalition of queer affirming, multi-faith, radical liberation seeking clergy of all traditions that called March.
What happened? Oh, Grand Theft Auto 5, I think. Yeah, or not Grand Theft Auto 5, but... What are we doing? Reload. What are we doing? Oh. Stop. Sorry. Terrible music.
Okay, all right, we should be back.
All right, thanks. Bye. Okay, folks, we are outside the Target Center, which is where this march was heading to. John and I are going to try and get inside now. So, John, let's try and get inside the Target Center because hopefully in there we'll be able to have a bit more of a stable signal because it'll be a condensed number of people inside that building. There is no way in hell that everybody who is at this march is going to be able to get inside the Target Center. If you've been with us this long, God bless you. God bless you for... Whew. for sticking with us through all these technical difficulties. The weather that we're contending with out here, it is negative 10 degrees without the wind, and the wind, as anyone in the Midwest will tell you, is what really sucks it out of you. John, let's get across the street. Lost.
Oh, shoot, it's a...
What's that?
I think the rally's right here.
Appreciate y'all. Take care of one another. Thank you so much.
Yeah. There are doors open back there.
These people would be able to.
Pardon me, guys. We're looking for media. We're trying to get inside for the rally. Is it still planned to be held inside the Target Center? You guys know?
I heard that it was just with the warming.
Oh, it warmed.
Message over, but I would try to flag one of the media, like the liaisons. This guy in the blue hood would know.
Blue hood right here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you in like 10 hours.
Pardon me.
Yeah.
I was told to come over by media. Are you a media liaison?
I am not.
You're not. But yeah, I was told that you were the guy to speak to for some reason.
He's a great guy to talk to.
I am a guy to talk
Great guy to talk to.
Yeah.
We were just, we knew that the goal was to hold a rally over here. Has it already happened?
Yeah, rally's inside.
Inside. How do we get inside?
So it only sees 20,000 people, so we had to do free tickets.
Okay.
Just to kind of control how many, it only sees 20 folks. I would bet if we went up to the main door, they let media in.
Yep. We registered as media. I'm just trying to figure out where to go.
In the main door is down in the corner right here.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. John. We have, sorry, we have to go. John, this way. Yeah.
Oh, come here. Come over here. Yeah.
It's a good time to be alive.
She's wanting to give a message to Jonathan Moore.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, message for Jonathan Ross. Go for it.
All right. Why'd you do it, Jonathan? Renee wasn't mad at you. There you go.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right.
You hear that, you know, that rage that I was describing earlier in the stream, this rage that so many here in the Twin Cities were describing. Feeling out here. We're trying to get inside the Target Center. The main entrance is down this way.
All right,
For the rally. So that's where we're headed right now. As we do so, now would be a good time to ask you, I suppose, to subscribe to Status Quo and our partners at the Midas Touch Network. Because we'll be putting out all of our recorded reporting, a lot of it that we're trying to put together from all the work that we do when we're not live down here. We'll be putting it out on those channels. So getting subscribed is certainly one of the best ways to support us. We've got to force our way through, John. I mean, there's... John, where are you trying to go right now? I mean, I do really want to try and get inside for the rally. If we can get in, we'll be seated with media. find out. Hey, are you inside? No, you're not. Oh my God, you're kidding. Holy hell. We're outside the doors. We're trying to get in. There is just a mass of people. Were you given any special instructions from media to get in?
I said we just keep going. We're not going to be able to stream.
All right. Yeah. All right. Bye. He walks away. He's screaming the whole march, so. You really don't want to try and get inside?
We're not going to be able to stream.
What's that?
Unless there's another way we can get inside.
Yeah. I asked him if he got media instructions for getting inside. He said no. Yeah. I was going to start doing interviews. Hey, what's up? You good? Pardon me, sir. I'm pressed. Would you mind doing an interview about why you want to be part of the march today?
Would you mind if I go?
No, I can't control what you do.
That was the guy that works there sitting.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, that's it.
Hey, we've been in there many times.
Yeah. Just wanted to.
We wouldn't be alive without REI and the help that you guys gave us, so thanks.
Thanks so much for coming out.
Of course. Yeah. Would you guys mind if I interviewed you really quick about why you want to be out here? Yeah, John. Yeah.
We should be on the camera.
Yeah, all right. So, if you guys could just a little bit. All right. So, if I could have you start just by spell your names for me really quick.
Ann Minnick, M-I-N-N-I-C-K.
And Ann is spelled
A-N-N. No, the best way.
Wayne, W-A-Y-N-E. Nealis, N-E-A-L-I-S.
All right. What made you folks want to be down here and be part of the general strike today?
Well, we've been protesting for I don't know how long, and we were like, finally, there's a big movement happening, and so we wanted to be here.
Finally, a big movement happening.
Well, we've been going to New Kings. We go to a weekly pop-up protest. We've been to I don't know how many things since Renee Good was killed. But it was so amazing that there is this call for a general strike, and so many people came, and businesses stood up. So that's why.
We're outraged at what's going on in our state. Our immigrant neighbors and friends, people close to us, are being taken off the streets. And this deal here where Elam was abducted and his father has turned the state completely into a state of anger and frustration over what's going on. The Trump administration is making an example of Minnesota, and they're breaking every law, pushing everything they can to test out what they can do constitutionally and legally and beyond. And if anybody in America thinks this is a unique situation, they're coming after you. And that's why one of the reasons we're here, we love our immigrant neighbors, and we want ICE out of Minnesota.
And so I want to address that. You're saying that the Trump administration is making an example out of the Twin Cities area, out of the state of Minnesota. What do you feel like through this just continual ramp of pressure? It started with Operation Metro Surge back in December. Now we're up to about 3,000 agents being deployed here today. What is the message? What is the end goal the Trump administration is trying to achieve in your minds?
Well, they say it's to root out fraud, but ICE doesn't have anything to do with fraud. We have have a small immigrant population relative to the size of our state. So the only reason that they're here is because we didn't vote for him for the last 3 elections. He thinks that it's been stolen, and he's just going to try and make an example of us. And if he can make Minneapolis break, if he can make Minnesota break, then he's going to go to other states as well. So it stops here, stops now.
What about you, sir? What do you feel like is the message that's being sent by the Trump administration right now with some of these tactics that are being carried out on the streets, like the abduction of a 5-year-old?
They also have subpoenaed our state's leadership. There's no reason that they need to be in Minnesota, period. And as long as this country tolerates this kind of activity on our streets and our cities and our towns, there was 300 ICE agents out in a suburban area here the last week for a bunch of days. They set up roadblocks. They drew guns on a person delivering food. They need to be out of here. They're out of control. They have no business here. We are done, and we will win this fight.
How does it feel to be surrounded by, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say, hundreds of thousands of other Minnesotans, friends, neighbors, out here all saying, you know, essentially the same things that you are? What's the feelings that come up when you look out over this crowd?
Amazing. It's amazing that so many people came out, and I feel that we're going to be successful because we're together. We're together as Minnesotans.
It's inspiring. It's inspiring to see our fellow Minnesotans come out and voice their opinion and their anger on the streets. And we have people from all over the state that come here today as well. So it's not just Minneapolis or St. Paul. Suburbanites, out of people in the greater Minnesota, and our own folks here in Minneapolis. The trains, the buses were full coming down here. We're going to win.
This is my last question for you is, this is a one-day general strike. Would you support something longer to send a more sustained message to the Trump administration?
I think it's hard for working people. It's hard for families to continue to do something. But if the momentum is there and the businesses are supporting us, I'm retired. Like, this is what retirement looks like, more time for protest. But it's a big ask when we don't have a unionized state the way that they do abroad, where you can have a general strike and you still get paid. So, but yes, I think it's a good thing. I just recognize the challenges it has for everyday people.
The other thing I want to say is, you look around here, probably 80% of the people here are young people, and they are the future of this state, and they are angry at what's going on to their fellow citizens and the immigrant neighbors.
Thank you both very much. I'll let you try and get inside. I want to note here that John and I have called an audible. We were originally going to go inside and stream the rally from inside the Target Center, but the rush of people towards the door is so intense that we're abandoning that plan. We're going to stay out here and stream this crowd as it continues to arrive and try to get inside the Target Center. Can I get you to hold on for just 1 second for me? What's that? You want to talk? Sure. Yeah, come here. Yeah. Sorry, what's your name?
Tani.
Can you spell that for me?
Tahnee.
So, Tani, my name's JT. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, JT. I watch your stuff.
Oh, well, lovely.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, why did you want to be a part of this mass demonstration today? Why did you want to be a part of this general strike?
You know, it doesn't even feel like a want. It feels like a need. As I was marching, I was literally crying because I'm just like, I love all these people. I'm not from Minneapolis, I'm from up north, but I've lived here a really long time, and I really care about my community, and I'm really afraid of the trajectory of the country. I think that this is, obviously we've lived through multiple unprecedented events, and this one is an absolute nightmare. So I have to get bodies on the ground, and so I'm here solo.
You talk about the tears welling up as you're marching with this crowd. Can you describe some of the emotions that you are feeling?
Yeah, a lot of anger, honestly, and it kind of melted into just appreciation that everybody is together. I feel like these types of demonstrations and disruptions to all this is the one thing giving me hope. You know, there's power in numbers, and I know that, and we got the numbers. So it was a mixture of anger and appreciation for everybody, and being able to talk to people around me as like my comrades, and it's been, you know, it was a lot, but yeah, so probably both of those things.
This is just a one-day general strike. Would you support something more sustained as a way to send a message, or more national as a way to send a message to the Trump administration?
Oh yeah, make their pockets hurt. That's it. Like, disrupt things, gum up the works, all that good stuff. I did see some places that were doing it in solidarity with Minneapolis. I feel like that's really important, and I hope it catches on. I hope more people do it, and I'll be here when it happens. So.
You'll be here when it happens.
Yeah.
I mean, are you prepared to go the distance here with this administration that has 3 more years in power, billions or trillions of dollars at its disposal if it wants to? I mean, do you feel like you have the fortitude, the wherewithal to take that on?
Absolutely. Have to.
Why do you say have to? What is the sense of duty there?
It's really just doing my part. You know, this affects people that I know, and not that is the only thing that matters, but I have friends affected by this. My neighbors have been affected by this. I've been really sick to my stomach seeing everything, and as somebody who is not being targeted and pulled out of my home, I feel like I need to be out here so they can stay at home and be safe.
So not only are you dealing with the people being pulled out of their homes, etc., but you're also contending with the idea that a myriad of other issues that are already on people's plates, the state of the economy, etc., etc. What are some of those problems in your day-to-day life that this administration is not dealing with? How are you suffering directly?
Yeah, I mean, as a working class, middle class person, coming from a working class background, it's absolutely devastating to see how, you know, people are not able to afford rent, they're not able to get groceries, they're not able to find transportation, and I really just, my hat says it all. It says no pity for dead billionaires, and it's just, I feel every day, you know, how much harder it's getting. I'm a single person, I have to live alone, and so I have a lot of responsibility because of that, and a lot of it is watching people around me as well, but yeah.
I'll let you try and get inside here if that was your intention. Good luck.
We'll see. Thank you.
Good luck trying to get inside. I appreciate the time. Yeah. Is there anything else you would want to add while you had the platform?
Let's see. Fuck ICE. Fuck them.
The number one response I get to that question here in the Twin Cities area. Thank you so much. I appreciate the time. Yes, of course. And one thing I want to note is I was just on the phone before we did those last couple of interviews. I was just on the phone with another independent media voice here in the Twin Cities area. I was on the phone with Andrew Mercado of Mercado Media, and he is blocks away from where we are right now, and he is still streaming this march as it's still making its way through the streets of Minneapolis. And as he described it, he said, quote, "This is the biggest march I've ever seen, the biggest demonstration I've ever seen." So that is what we're dealing with here. We are dealing with something that is truly unprecedented, certainly for the Twin Cities, an area that is already known for its activism and not being afraid to take to the streets and demonstrate against what it sees as injustice. And this is the level of voice that you are getting out there. This is the number of people that are making their voices heard out here. Thank you. Well, you got quite a few fans here in the audience. Could I interview you, sir?
Sure. Yeah.
What made you want to be first of all, what's your name?
Benjamin.
Benjamin, common spelling?
What's that?
Common spelling?
Yes, common spelling, yep.
Benjamin, what made you want to be a part of these demonstrations today?
Well, I'm from Wisconsin. I lived
fellow Badger.
Hell yeah, dude. I lived in Minnesota for a little bit years ago, lived and worked here. I come here all the time for music, shows, festivals, etc., and so many other things. The nature up in the northern part of the state is beautiful, and the people in Minnesota are amazing. Every single thing about this place is wonderful, and watching what's happening over here from my hometown in Wisconsin, it's heartbreaking, and I felt like I had to be part of this today. I responded to March's call to action for clergy from all over the country to come to Minneapolis today to be part of this with everybody else.
Benjamin, when you look out at this crowd and you see how vast it is, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say hundreds of thousands of people in the street here. When you see how massive this demonstration is, what are the feelings that come up inside you?
It gives me hope that that this isn't going to last. And all
when you say this isn't going to last, what is this?
This regime, the ICE takeover, the Trump lies, Epstein not being released, everything that's going on right now that's causing pain in our country, it needs to stop. We need to figure out how to come together, to unite as one people and stand up for our neighbors and just be one again, you know?
A question I've been asking just about everybody I've talked to here today is, this is just a one-day demonstration. Would you support a more prolonged general strike as a way to send a message to this administration?
Personally, yes. I think general strike might be the only way to get through to people. I know the reality of a general strike happening is going to take a lot of effort and a lot of people to prepare for it to happen. But if you can, start setting something aside. Prepare yourselves for a longer general strike. It's what it will take to fight this administration and to get through and make what needs to happen.
What would you want a longer general strike to try and achieve? What should be its demands?
I mean, equality for one, first of all. No harmful treatment, abolish of ICE. I could go on. I'm not the best person to give.
Let me seize on that abolition of ICE. There are members of the Democratic Party right now, the nominal national opposition party in this country, that are not calling for the abolition of ICE. What do you say to those elected leaders who do not support the abolition of?
I say they need to get on board with the rest of the American people. ICE has only been around for a little over 20 years. We can abolish ICE and we can set up a new program that is that fairly treats immigrants and that makes the process of immigration easier for people to get into this country legally. The setup, the process we have right now, it takes people way too long to get through it, and the rules and things in place, it almost makes it impossible. So yeah, I think they need to start standing up. If they really want to show their support for the American people, they need to use their voice, their platform, their positions in power to do something about it and stand with the American people, or they're not going to get elected again.
Or they're not going to get elected again. What is your grade that you would give to the National Democratic Party, to its leadership in this moment?
If I could give lower than an F, I would. All of them need to go. There's a few good eggs in there. Ilhan Omar, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Bernie Sanders. You know, some of them have been supporting Israel, though, too, and we don't fund genocide here. We shouldn't be funding genocide, so all of you need to stop doing that, too. So,
Benjamin, thank you for your time. I'll let you try and get inside here if that was your goal. But before I let you go, is there anything else you would want to add while you have the platform?
You know what? If people can come out and stand up, you don't even have to be on the streets. Show your support online. Show your support on social media. Talk to your friends and family. Have those hard conversations. That's all it's going to take to get us all on the same page again. God bless America.
Benjamin, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, appreciate it. John, I want to just get us moving a little bit so we're not standing in one spot, just to generate a little bit of heat. So let's just maybe try and cross the crowd just over to the opposite street corner here. So we're going to get up and move here, and that's really just for our own sake, because it is. Oh, John wants to stand in the sun, and that's fine. I just need to move around a little bit. It's the only thing. I cannot continue to stand, and I was also a little bit in the shade. But it is already bitterly cold out here. I was around -10 at the start of the march. I do not know what it is right now with the wind chill. No doubt my boss has texted me what that number is, what that feels like temperature is, because he loves to let me know what he sent me to stand in. Jordan, if you're watching, don't get me wrong, I love it. But so we're out here in the streets of Minneapolis, where hundreds of thousands of people right now are trying to gain access to the Target Center to hear a rally at the end of a march through downtown. A rally, a march that is in response to the Trump administration calling for an end to ICE in the Twin Cities and in the state of Minnesota, calling for a removal of those federal immigration officers. Whew. I gotta put up my mask. And if you hear me yelling, by the way, it's because I can barely hear myself over the 2 layers that I have here on my head blocking my ears to try and stay warm out here in these sub-zero temperatures. If you support the work that we're doing, these voices that we are lifting up from this crowd to show you what a truly popular demonstration, is like here. So you're not just seeing the Trump administration's propaganda. If that is a mission that you think is worth it, please go to statuscoup.com/join. Sir, I wanted to talk to you because you're carrying this large Palestinian flag. Why did you feel it was important to bring the Palestinian flag to this general strike? Why is that a symbol that you wanted to be carrying?
Yeah, I think it's a sign to show that injustice matters no matter where it is, whether it's in the streets in Minneapolis or in Gaza. We have to show up for injustice no matter what, and I think it's just a reminder that, we're in solidarity with them, and it's they're in solidarity with us.
I don't think anyone would pretend that what the American people are going through right now under the Trump administration is in any way identical to what the Palestinian people are dealing with right now in Gaza. But do you see any parallels? Where do you see those parallels, that sense of solidarity that you were just referencing?
Yeah, I think in terms of how we support each other and how we've been able to build that community, but also in the forces that oppress both of us. I see there's a lot of similarities between ICE and the IDF and how they're blatantly oppressing and violating human rights and making it difficult for people to live their daily lives the way they should.
I'm looking at you. You've got icicles clinging to your eyelashes right now. It is cold out here. Why did you want to be out here in these temperatures? Why did you want to stand with all of these hundreds of thousands of people out in the streets right now in downtown Minneapolis?
As a Minneapolis resident and as a human being, I think it's my right. I have to be out here. I have to show support by any means possible that I'm able to, and this matters. Showing up matters. Voicing my words matters, and supporting matters.
You use the word have to. I have to do this. Why does it feel like something that you are like duty bound to do? Why is it a need and not just a could or a should?
Yeah, I'm Muslim, and one of the basic tenets is to support each other and to stand up in any way you can. If you can't use your hands, use your feet. If you can't use your feet, use your voice. And it's a part of my tenets, my faith as a Muslim, to be out here and to show support and to show that I'm against what's happening in Minneapolis.
What would a sense of justice for Minneapolis look like? How could you're dealing with a city here that had one of its community members shot and killed. Can't begin to make that whole. You cannot undo that final act. But what would justice for Minneapolis, for the state of Minnesota, look like?
Yeah, I guess I don't know what justice look like in terms of indefinitely, but I think a good first step would be ICE's removal from the city and some type of steps towards some type of peace. Because right now it just seems like there's a lot of chaos going on. So I think that would be the first step.
You're participating in a one-day general strike. Would you support a more protracted general strike?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. What should a protracted general strike call for? Maybe even one, if you wanted to imagine it like at a national level, what should a prolonged national general strike call for?
Yeah, I think collaborating with other states to replicate what happened here in Minnesota and Minneapolis would be a good first step, and then going from there.
All right. Is there anything else you would want to add while you had the platform?
No, I'm just happy that we're out here. I'm happy you guys are showing the world what's happening, and stay safe.
Thank you. And before I let you go, just when we show you on screen, we'll put like a name or an identifier below you. How would you want to be identified?
Minneapolis resident.
Minneapolis resident. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Have a good day.
Yep, you too. Oh. You seeing that sense of that broader struggle with that symbol of the Palestinian flag, this broader calls for justice out here. It's not just something that's being shown at this one demonstration. It's been at protest after protest that John and I have been at. It's not necessarily in the form of the Palestinian flag always, but that sense that the people of Minneapolis, even though they are dealing with these direct injustice, violation of rights, and an occupation by their own federal government, there is still a sense from the Trump administration, or there is still a sense of the people on the ground here that they are in some way indebted to other calls for justice elsewhere. Oh, hey, it's brutally cold out here. been released from jail. John is getting in breaking news right now that two of the leaders of the city's church protest, which is a protest that happened here over the weekend on Sunday, two of those leaders have been released. Two of the people who are accused of participating in that protest by the federal government, who were apprehended in raids earlier this week, have now been released from jail. And that's something that some of the activist community here have been calling for, is the release of people that they see as being apprehended purely as a political stunt because they were arrested on the day that Vice President J.D. Vance had come here. And so they are calling for the release of those people as a means to try and push back on the Trump administration's propaganda that it has been trying to put out, as if there is any sort of like anti-Christian violence or anything like that in this community. It's meant as a sign to push back, and no doubt the activist community will be grateful for those people's release, but it is in no way an end to what is happening here in this city right now. John, we gotta move a little bit closer to the crowd here. The wind is howling down the streets here.
Santa's here.
Santa is here in the crowd.
Love your show.
Thank you very much, Santa.
Watch you all the damn time.
Can I?
Don't want my face on it. But...
Okay. Well, a little late now, Santa.
That's all right. Cheers.
Cheers. Santa Claus out here in the crowd in January. You'd think this would be his time off out of the year, but here he is in this crowd of protesters. I was just asking John to move, one, for my own sanity so I can keep warm because the wind is whipping down this street right now, but two, I wanted to get a little bit closer to the crowd and try and find some more interviews. Because we're not getting inside the Target Center, which, by the way, thousands of people crammed inside the Target Center right now. Whew. I'm going to try and grab someone here. Pardon me, folks. I'm a reporter. I'm interviewing people about why they wanted to be part of the protest. Would you mind if I interviewed you really quick? Sure. All right. If I could start just by getting names or how you want to be identified here.
Sam.
Sam, common spelling, I assume.
I'm Bree.
Bree, and how's that spelled?
B-R-E.
Thank you, and?
I'm Katie.
All right, so I got Sam, Bree, and Katie. My name is JT. This is my cameraman, John. First question is just real basic. Why did you want to join the general strike today?
It's just important to support our fellow Minnesotans. It's really just messed up what's been happening, so we just wanted to come out and support.
I think we're just angry like everybody else, and the cold's not going to stop us, and we're here to just show that we're all going to stand together no matter what.
Yes, we need those members to support our community. A lot of people that are getting taken, it's terrible. It shouldn't be done the way it is done, nor at all. We work in an industry where a lot of those people work for us, and we want to support them and make sure that they can go home safe, be treated fairly, and it's unfortunately not what we're seeing right now, and that's why we're so fucking pissed off.
You fucking pissed off?
Yeah.
I mean, aside from fucking pissed off, are there any other emotions that you feel when you see the Trump administration occupying your community in the way that it has? 3,000 agents on the streets here. What are those emotions that come up when you see those scenes on the streets here every day?
Horrified is one that comes to mind. I mean, disgusted, appalled. Yeah, it's just disgusting what's been happening in our streets, the abductions, the murder. It's just vile.
I think we're just scared. Like, a lot of us are scared not just for ourselves, but our friends, our family, and our neighbors. It's really it's hard to watch, and it's difficult to feel like you can't do anything, and that's why I think people are here today.
Yeah, I mean, it's appalling. Everyone's seen what happened. I can't believe other people find it to be okay. It's disgusting, it's embarrassing that that's part of the U.S. right now, but we're gonna get rid of it, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm hearing echoes of embarrassment here.
Yeah.
that I want to get a sense, though, maybe turning to more positive emotions. What are the feelings that come up in you when you look out at this crowd of hundreds of thousands that are out here today to join in this protest, in this general strike? What are those feelings that come up within you?
Yeah, I mean, our sense of community around here is very strong. We take care of our neighbors, we take care of our community, and it's been heartwarming to see all the people out here supporting the cause, yeah.
Yeah, heartwarming for sure. It feels good to support each other, to be here for everybody. And I don't know, look around, it feels fucking great. The turnout is absolutely insane, and it just proves, you know, that we're willing to show up.
Feels warm.
Feels warm. Feels warm in negative 10-degree temperatures. These Minnesotans built difference. My God, I'm a Wisconsinite, and I am amazed at the fortitude out on display here.
Yeah.
So I wanted to get a sense from you. What is the message that you feel is being sent to the Trump administration with this demonstration, with this general strike?
That we don't put up with fascism. We don't put up with abductions. When ICE has nobody to report to, you have to report to us, the people of our community.
Yeah, I mean, we're here to protect each other, and I think it says a lot about the fact that we're not scared to be here and to do what needs to be done.
Eat shit, Trump administration. That's about it. Yeah, I mean, we're here. We're going to be here for as long as it takes, so, yeah.
Just yesterday, we saw Vice President J.D. Vance come here to the Twin Cities and use it as his backdrop to try and taint ICE agents as the good guys out here, that they are in some ways like rescuing children and the like and trying to keep the streets safe. To your mind, are the ICE agents the good guys? And assuming that you're going to say no, how would you characterize them?
They are not the good guys. They are the ones coming into our community, causing disruption, abducting people, causing fear in the streets. I mean, I know personally most people in my life are scared to go to work and to go to the grocery store. People who are here legally, citizens, are terrified of these agents, and I just think that's obviously not the goal here.
I want to pause there for a moment just to highlight that we're talking about American citizens who are feeling afraid in this moment. It is not just immigrants feeling that fear. It is everybody here. When you have 3,000 armed agents who have already demonstrated the willingness to use lethal force to shoot and kill somebody, it is instilling a sense of fear in this community. How would you characterize for the Vice President, what is the message you would send to him about what it is like on the streets of the Twin Cities right now?
I mean, I would say that they are the villain of this story, and it's very clear. I've never felt more unsafe than once ICE came in. You know, we were happy, free citizens, you know, supportive of each other, and everything has changed. People are afraid, not, like you said, not just the people who are actively afraid for their children and their family, everybody around them as well. Yeah. Definitely the villains of the story.
Yeah, this is an immigrant-built nation, and we love our immigrant community and neighbors, and we don't want them to go away. They add to our community. They add to our culture.
There it is.
It's disgusting and appalling, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I find him to be very contradicting to himself from what we've seen the past few weeks. That's fucking embarrassing. Yeah, I don't feel his support, obviously. Yeah, I don't really have other words than not a fan, obviously. Get the fuck out. Yeah.
Get the fuck out. I want to talk about getting the fuck out. Aside from ICE agents leaving your communities, what would justice look like for Minnesota? How do you begin to make the state, make these cities, these communities whole after what the Trump administration has done here? What would make you start to feel like, yes, that is right, something good is happening?
I mean, I think you can start by getting the president out of office, by getting ICE out of our city. But I mean, at the end of the day, I think there's unreparable damage to a certain extent right now. You know, it's going to take us time after George Floyd just happening not too far before, you know, now. It's just the city's damaged. But that's what shows like this, like, we'll stand together, but it's going to take time to heal no matter what.
For sure. we're still healing our community from George Floyd. So, I mean, getting out is the first step, and then obviously bringing families back together would be amazing, and charging the people who are involved in making the decisions to be lawless and to attack our citizens.
Yeah, I think impeachment is a good start. We'll see how that goes. As you can see, we have a very strong community here, so we'll build together. We'll get back to where we were. A community always needs healing no matter what state they're in, so it's going to be continuous throughout however long, we'll be here. So we'll do it. We'll rise together, and hopefully in good times after all this is over. So.
Is there anything else you would want to add while you had the platform before I let you guys go?
We're Minnesota strong. You can't come into our streets and fuck with us like that without getting something back.
Agreed.
Yeah, we're here to stay, so good luck.
Thank you all. I appreciate the time. Thank you, guys.
Have a good one. Stay warm.
Yeah, you as well. Yeah, stay warm.
Appreciate you.
Oh no, did you erase my thing? Wait, go back.
Man, I'm just being honest, bro. I'm not attracted to my wife after us having kids. Like, she used to be in shape before we started having kids, but now it's like she doesn't even care. She doesn't want to go to the gym. She doesn't want to eat right. She's lazy. Like, I'm over here working out, and she talks about, I'm too tired, or I don't have time. Bro, you make time if you really care about yourself. Hell, you'll make time if you really care about me. All right, fellas, let's talk about it, man. Your wife's physique changed after you started having kids. I feel like I can end the video right there because... duh. Like, the obvious thing is her hormones are all over the place while she's pregnant, so there's that. Also, her body naturally stores extra fat, especially around the hips, the thighs, and the belly, to have energy reserves for breastfeeding. And after the baby's here, there's sleep deprivation, there's no time for the gym, there's extra stress. It's not easy. Oh, I know y'all are like, bro, all those things are just excuses. I'm in the gym every day. Well, number one, that was probably already your lifestyle before having the baby. And number two, you didn't have to carry and create this baby for 9 months. So yeah, it ain't as simple as just go hit the gym. Her whole system got rewired. So before you start complaining, just know that her body literally went to war for your family. So respect it, support her, be patient, and help her get back in time when she's ready.
Here's some things that my soon-to-be ex-husband used to do that I didn't realize wasn't normal until after I left. When the Wi-Fi guy came to install our internet, he made me FaceTime him the entire time because he said that I might try and sleep with him, and then he still accused me of sleeping with him, saying that I could have slept with him before I called him or after I hung up the phone. Didn't tell me happy birthday until right before I fell asleep on my birthday, 2 months after we got married. Gaslit and manipulated me into not having a job and said, I just want you to be a stay-at-home wife. And then when like money problems would come up or any kind of issue with me would come up, he would complain about how I didn't have a job and how I'm just mooching off of him. Only came home and ate dinner with me maybe twice a week because he was at his parents' or his brother's house. He did not get me a Christmas present, but instead he gave me his debit card and said, don't know what you want, you got $50, go get yourself something nice. Complained and told me that I was folding his clothes wrong when he never ever did laundry, washed clothes, nothing. He told me over a year after we'd been married and I was pregnant that he wanted multiple wives, and then he was upset that I was upset about it. Got pissed when my parents bought us groceries one time. Told me that he didn't believe that our son was his son, and when I said get a paternity test, he said, I don't even want to because it could be so close to my brother's DNA that you probably slept with that it would just say that it was mine and I would still never know. when the electricity went out in 2 of our rooms, including a bathroom, and our wash machine was broken, and I tried to get him to fix it for about 9 months. He told me that I should have been more grateful and that it was a test to me because people back in the olden days didn't have that kind of stuff, so I should have just been grateful that I had it in the first place, even if it was broken.
Okay, that's all for now. Bye. A lot of MAGA husbands do not love their wives. Instead, they see their wives as live-in maids and somebody who could pop out kids for them so that they can continue on their white genes. They don't actually necessarily care about the women that are building their homes that they live with. And the reason I know that is because I have gotten so many DMs from MAGA men that I can't even list them all here. And they have all said that they find feminist women so attractive and that they would love to have a wife that doesn't depend on them, even though they put themselves into that position on purpose by wanting to be a provider type. So here are some of the messages just to prove to you this point, and also to show that a man doesn't have to like you to marry you. You just have to make his life better and more convenient. And the sooner more Republican white women realize this, the better our society will be. Because white women have historically and consistently voted against our own interests. And even if care for human rights isn't enough to move you, the fact that your husband probably doesn't love you and is messaging random leftist girls on the internet asking to see her coochie, hopefully that will be enough. Okay, bye.
This is a real post by a Trump supporter. This is what winning at life looks like. MAGA is trying to sell Pete Hegseth as a family man, but the woman in the photo is actually Hegseth's third wife. He had an affair with her and impregnated her while he is married to his second wife right here, whom he had an affair with while married to his first wife right here. She was only one of 5 women he cheated on with while married to his first wife. MAGA family values for you.
Women are being charged with murder for miscarrying a pregnancy. Amari Marsh was a junior at South Carolina State University when she miscarried. When she woke up in the hospital, the police were standing over her, questioning her about what she had done to cause that miscarriage. And then a few months later, they arrested her without bail, as if she's a danger to society. And they held her for 22 days. And when they finally released her, she had to wear an ankle bracelet. She was facing 20 years to life in prison for a miscarriage. Thankfully, a grand jury cleared her of the charges. But is this the world that we're living in, where women are now being investigated for not being able to carry a baby to term? This should alarm everybody. So please, vote Harris Walls, blue up and down the ballot, make phone calls, volunteer to canvass. We must elect Democrats everywhere.
I'm a far leftist who is fully taking advantage of the fact that MAGA men have a fetish for being absolutely dominated and humiliated. And so I've learned over the last few months that I can use that to my advantage, to get my nails done, to get my toenails done. I just messaged one of these MAGA pay pigs earlier this morning and said, I want this hat from Planned Parenthood, and they immediately sent me the $25 for it. This is an endless money hole, an endless honeypot. I was surprised and also not surprised at the same time at how many of these Trump supporting men, MAGA supporting men, that will actively seek out a dom, which is someone who can financially dominate and humiliate them. And so best believe I take advantage of that shit, because MAGA money spends just as well as my own money, and I'd much rather drain their bank accounts than my own. Anyways, I like my nails.
Hi, I'm Kylie, and I think I just figured out why so many young boys are being radicalized. I just conducted a social experiment where I literally signed out on my YouTube profile so there was zero trace of any of my previous history, went in a private browser, and searched YouTube. I typed in feminism, and the first 4 videos that came up were anti-feminist, including a famous Red Pill podcast. It was the first or second search item that popped up. Even if young men go in innocently trying to learn about feminism, they are immediately exposed to anti-feminist, misogynistic content. I also looked up debate with women, and instead of something coming up related to politics, like with AOC,
AOC or Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris even. Red pill content came up immediately, like man dominates woman, Candace Owens versus 20 feminists. Immediate anti-feminist content that is designed to demean, dehumanize, and humiliate women. I am so concerned at this point as a teacher because of the amount of people I've had come in say shit in my classroom like your body, my choice, and a lot of other boys being incredibly misogynistic to their classmates and belittling women. At this point, I think we need to pass legislation about mandatory algorithmic changes because these boys are being taught to hate women without even meaning to.
Since Trump was re-elected, many women feel like their rights have been taken away from them, and it keeps going on. And some feel like divorcing their MAGA husbands who voted for Trump. Can you throw away years of friendship or marriage because of different political opinions?
Fallout 76, where's the best... Oh, wait. I'm doing the wrong thing. Fallout 76, where's the best place to go for... Fallout 70... Stop. Stop. Fallout 76, where's the best place to go for super mutants? Step research. West Tech Research Center. Grafton Steel and Grafton Dam. Where's that at? There's Dire Chemical, Crevasse Dam, Thunder Mountain, Abbey's Bunker. Where is that? Monaga Dam, Daggers, Thunder Mountain, Treetops. The General Steakhouse, National Radio, Site Alpha, Metal Dome, Abbey's Bunker, Gnarled Shallows, Thunder Mountain, Braxton's Quality, Crevasse Dam, Dire Chemical, Raleigh Quay, Southern Bell, The Retreat, Harper's Ferry, Fisherman's Rest, Valley Galleria, Fire Base, Abandoned Bogtown, Ranger Lookout, Bootlegger's Shack. I don't remember where the fuck this is. Like at all. Oh, there we go, there we go. Grafton Dam, Grafton Steel. It's right in the center of the map. Alright. There we go. Got my buffs and everything.
Or difference in moral standing? Tell me your thoughts.
Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. Shut up, Joe. Leah and I have already talked about your search history.
Shut up, Joe.
We all know that you love lesbians. Whoa.
Wow. Shut up, Joe. We all know that you love lesbians, so she's right. I broke this game. I mean, I got this drop too. I didn't go looking for this gun. It just dropped for me. Somebody's shooting at me, but I don't know where he is. He needs a gun. God damn. I love this gun. It breaks so quick, even with weapons break slower 50%. It still breaks so quick. This is so strong. It just one-shots everything. They'll have to nerf it sooner or later, maybe, or I'll just ride it. And I'll do all 4 quad quad dragons. I'll just keep going until I have 4 quad dragons. Or until I can just install quad on the dragon. That's another thing I could do. Oh yeah, there's like good source of should be here, but maybe you're above me. Where is it? Sounds like it's here. It is there, but maybe it's down below. Maybe it's on the roof. Kind of sounds like it's up. Oops. Sucks for him. I'm so glad they made Fallout 4 into like a multiplayer game. So good. Here we go. It's a Skycatlive 5. Ooh. A wolf and 2 boys. One of them's got a bat. He's like training a bat back to health or whatever, or like nursing a bat back to health. Oh, shit. I was supposed to do their limbs. Oops. Well, this was the Grafted Dam. I think I got all of them. Let's go out to Grafton Steel. If I go out to Grafton Steel and I take the site there, should get a lot of super mutants, so I'll just cripple their legs. I'll try out this new weapon, the whatever this thing is. It's a Don something or another. Don Pedro. We'll try out this gun. And the shotgun. I don't see anybody. Oh. Oh, I'm out of AP though. I take like no damage for some reason. He can't move. Shoot leg. This thing reloads fast for one thing. There's so many super moves here. This is like the super move stronghold. Like killed him by shooting him in the leg. Almost there, 7 more. And the reload time's fast on it though. Who are they shooting at? Oh damn, shut up. It is sandboxy though, I gotta say. Who is this? Oh, no, it's not fair. One of these guys has a rocket launcher. I heard him just, yeah, fire it at me. There it is. Oh no, that wasn't it. I collect teddy bears, that's good. Shoot leg. Am I done? Yeah, I'm done, I'm done. Kill wanted player, kill a scorched. Okay, let's go. Let's leave this place. Clear enemies from Grafton Steel Yard. I can go back to shooting head now. I love that they fixed the VATS. It's awesome. Blam. Out. That's how a real gun would be. Just out. Out. No, you're out. Your head's gone. Yeah. I will do anything to get real gun realism, you know? I don't know. Damn, that NPC has been dumping mag after mag after mag after mag. They should give him a set number of, like, ammo. Force him to scrounge around for ammo and stuff. Alright, here we go. You guys ready? Blam head. Blam head. it's like Red Dead. Blam head. Blam head. Instant reload. Everybody's dead. Where are you? Come here, you idiot. Blam head. Blam head. No, no, no. Blam head. Blam head. Blam head. Blam head. Super mutant one-shots. Blam head. Ah, grenade. Thank God I'm a super tank. Hey, what was this? Where are you? I'm gonna take a moment to pause here, and then I'm also gonna go low Grand Theft Auto 5. Arc Knights Enfield. Play for free. Arc Knights Enfield. All operators ready. Talos 2 waits administrator. Crimson Desert. Be purchased for $70. Crimson Desert's supposed to be pretty good. Maybe we should look into that real quick.
Because who else is gonna make them feel as stupid as they are? Who? Being a menace is life-giving, okay? It fills my soul with an eye-rolling joy rivaled by only one thing, okay? As a straight white female, I am just privileged enough to be extremely problematic. I am becoming a professional instigator. I honestly didn't know that ruining their Marmalade Messiah fanfiction would be this fun. If they want to worship a little fat man into pins, then I'm going to grab them by the wampus ween, and the more they squirm, the harder I'm going to squeeze. If they're not red in the face defending their 80-year-old Cheeto man, then I'm not working hard enough. I'm not here to make warm family memories. I'm here to make them feel as uncomfortable as they've been making others feel for the last 8 years. I'm not ruining the holidays. I'm just fact-checking their MAGA fantasies and calling out their wild hypocrisies. Every time they quote Fox News, I choose violence. I might as well feed my cold, dark heart with their discomfort and shock. Their cognitive dissonance is my love language. Their discomfort is foreplay, and I haven't finished yet.
Story time. So a lot of people have asked me, what did it take for me to break from MAGA and how did I get there? If you go to my profile, you can see my turning point, but in order for that to have worked on me, I had to be humbled in my own personal life. So here's how the timeline goes. I don't remember a whole lot of politics being talked in my house. Certain ideas were just implied, for the most part. There were occasional times where I'd hear something like, the illegals are taking the jobs, and that sort of stuff being pushed into my mind. Anyway, back to the story. I was in middle school when Obama became president, and then in high school when he became president again. Personally, I had no problem with black people or a black president. What I had an issue with and was taught to think is that the Democrats were the enemy. Not necessarily in those words, but the idea was implied. And we didn't want a Democrat president, and I also heard that he was only president because he was black, not because he was qualified. 2015 rolls around and I finished with high school and I entered into the adult world. Had a miscarriage. Being raised in a Christian household, I had always been told that abortion was wrong. I was 17 and then 18 and indoctrinated. Fast forward into 2016 and I start to become more involved politically. The only difference was that at the time I trusted the people around me, like I've said in other videos. So I only looked into the sources that they provided, and everything else I just had this idea pushed into my head that it was all fake news.
Plans.
So in that 2016 year, when I would debate with people, I was just repeating the same talking points that I was hearing all the time. And anything that was provided for me or to me, I didn't believe it because I was told not to believe it. That's how indoctrination works. They tell you not to criticize your own beliefs, and then because you don't criticize it, because you don't question it, you just go along with it. That's indoctrination. That's brainwashing. I also felt like whatever was happening up to that point wasn't working. I felt that way because my parents worked so much that I felt like I missed out on them my whole life. And if the world wasn't set up the way it was, if the system wasn't set up the way it was, maybe they wouldn't have had to work so much. And maybe I wouldn't have had to miss out on so much with
my wonderful
so
guy
my
brought me
anger
plans.
was correct, but it was at the wrong people, and it was manipulated. Trump was running. He was not a politician. He was different. I was hearing those talking points of he's a businessman. And when I was provided proof that he was not a good businessman, indoctrination, don't look into other sources, don't believe him, I voted for him in the 2016 election, and he won. Suddenly, I didn't care about politics like I did before. I did not even bother to continue paying attention. He won and I moved on. As I was moving on, I experienced really bad, really traumatic things that really humbled me. The first one being a domestic violence relationship at 19. Not gonna get into details on that, but it was something that I never
Notice
thought
that he's
I would be
right-wing.
and then I was. I experienced a few other very traumatic things, and they were also humbling in their own ways. My late boyfriend passed away. I went through a short period of homelessness and feeling like I had nobody to turn to. And the partner that I had was so disconnected. 2020 rolls around and George Floyd dies. The video shook me. So I started looking at Black Lives Matter as not a racist, anti-white organization, but maybe there was something else that I was missing. Maybe there was a perspective I didn't know, because how could I know it? I'm not black. And I started listening to stories from people that I knew, people that I went to school with, and then my turning point happened. And I still wanted to believe that Trump was for the people. I didn't want to believe that he was racist, and I didn't want to believe that he was anti-American yet.
Anti-woman, anti-black,
The
anti-everybody.
peaceful protesters were tear gassed, and I tried to gaslight myself. He's gonna say something. I kept telling myself he's gonna say something. I mean, it wasn't like he was the one that went up to the security people or police or whatever and said, go tear gas them so I can do a photo shoot. That's how I was justifying it to myself. So I thought he'd make a statement, and I waited, and I waited, and I waited. He never made a statement. It never came. He never said it was wrong. He never said it shouldn't have happened. He never said anything. And then, from gaining awareness in my personal life,
You really thought he was going to
and
apologize?
also stepping away from politics and not being brainwashed by Fox constantly over all that time, I was able to finally read between the lines and see, oh, he's not a politician, but he's still not one of us. He's privileged in a way that not even all white people understand.
Yep.
He's never
They wiped his
had
butt
to
all his life.
question
Yep.
whether
He's
or
never
not
had
he
to
was
wipe
gonna
his
be
own
able to
ass.
pay a bill or feed himself.
There's
or
always
his
been that
family.
risk. Yep.
He's
Oh,
never had
rich,
to question
excuse me.
whether or not he was going to be able to keep the lights on.
Nope. Like, it's a level of wealth that they've had that we just can't comprehend, where you think I'm joking when I say he's never had to wipe his own ass, but no, I'm fairly sure all of his life he's gone to bathroom with a servant who wiped his ass, at least until he was probably 12. And then probably now that he's like 90, yeah, probably now too. And like, you know, and it's gross and it sucks, but I mean, that's who these people are. Diaper Dons. So I took this thing. I didn't join a party, and I should have, I guess. Yeah, ooh, I'm fireproof. Good. This guy's so annoying. He will not shut the fuck up. Where are you? Where are you? You've been shooting so long. I got closer to him, so he stopped spamming. Now I'm full, and that's a problem. I suppose I should start now. But I kind of want to get this annoying-ass fucking super mutant that's been firing for 10 minutes. Where are you, fucker? I can hear you firing off, like, way up here. Over and over and over again. Where is this guy? Is he in there? Daily, target-rich environment. Talk to the shooting range attendant. Yeah, just go to that.
Or pay
Somebody.
his car insurance.
Somebody.
Or his car note.
Oh, her teeth.
He's not like us.
Oh.
Thanks for listening.
Yeah.
Ladies, quit sharing that Nick Fuentes video about him bragging about saying, my body, my choice, and then adding you crying to the video. As an ex-stripper, I am going to tell you about the demographic, specifically the MAGA men, okay, and how they really are and how they really think so that you can quit being a victim. There is a reason why Grindr crashed during the RNC that was held in Milwaukee. Even outside of working at the strip club, I worked in roofing sales. I was the only woman and the only black. I worked with nothing but white, conservative men. I purposely drank with them and had one beer while they got plastered, and they revealed all their little gay-loving secrets to me. Them having songs for one another. One of them literally told me how they went to a gay bar in Colorado, and he loved the fact that someone was paying for his drinks, a man was paying for his drinks, and that if it came down to it, he would be willing to let another man stick his thing in there so that way he could have that man spend money on him. Ladies, everything that these men are telling you is a projection. Stop being a fucking victim. Stop wasting your tears on these men. If you ask any dominatrix, any dominatrix, their clients that want to be subbed the most are these MAGA conservative men, okay? It's a projection. This is also why they are so holier than thou, because it's a projection. It's a projection to cover up what they really want. They want to be dominated over, okay? They want to be dominated over. And so in order for them to hide that, they have to say things like, your body, my choice. The men who are typically the loudest when it comes to this type of stuff are always going to be the men that are hiding something. It's something and it's a way that they're living their life and they don't want you to know. So what do? They want to make you scared and make you be fearful. Stop being scared and stop being fearful. They want you to be a victim. They want you to be scared. They want you to be crying. Stop giving them what they want. Stop giving them a reaction, a very weak and very vulnerable
Blue 5,000
reaction,
caps again.
because they got you exactly where they fucking want you. You wanna know why I keep
More
my
than
nails
that,
sharp?
6,000 something.
These same demographic of men really want someone to tell them what the fuck to do and to be a bitch to them. That's the reason why they voted for who they voted for, okay? Because they're on the bottom and T-Daddy is on the top, okay? They're taking T-Daddy. They want to take T-Daddy. all the unaliving threats, all of the RAPE threats, none of that shit ever is going to faze me, okay? As women, we get that shit all the time, okay? We have comments like that said to us all the time. This is no different. Stand up and be an asshole, okay? Cut them off when they're talking. Dominate over them. Stop crouching down, being submissive, and crying at every little sign of them showing resistance to them giving a fuck about you. They never gave a fuck about you, so quit giving a fuck about them. Hurt their feelings. Shame them back. The men will be okay. Quit taking the brunt of their misplaced anger, because the anger isn't really towards you. It's towards themselves. It's towards themselves because they're constantly projecting how it is about how they really feel, and they're always going to project it onto women to make you feel bad, to make you feel scared. You're going to be fine. Being a black girl growing up in a conservative town, I had nothing but white boyfriends. I can't tell you how many people would call my boyfriends NIGGER lovers, calling them that all the time. It would be the same men. The same man. Oh my God, I wish I want a chance with you. Tell me what to do. I'll be your slave. Trust me. Even outside of dancing, I've lived to tell the tale. A lot of them genuinely want to be dominated over. They're projecting the fact that they're just saying that they want to dominate over you. Girl, they just want another man. That's really what it is. They just want another man, but they're not comfortable with that. So, per usual, they have to take it out on another woman. Stop taking it personally. Get you a pew-pew, some mace, a taser, a knife, a switchblade, and get you some long nails, and just keep your head on the fucking swivel. And hand deliver these men the man that they really want to. But talk shit to them. Be mean to them. Okay? Please. Be mean to them. Talk shit back to them. They will be okay. I promise you. They will be okay. This is full proof how patriarchy hurts men too. Patriarchy hurts men too because men cannot be who the fuck they want to be. So they have to closet themselves and shield themselves off from who they really want to be while they fall in line with indoctrination of religion when they really don't believe in it. That's why you have pastors and priests and so much PDF files in the Catholic Church, in the church, because that's who they really are. They cannot fully be who they want to be. The reason why they have mistresses, they have babies outside of the marriage, they are dealing with other men while they're married with women, because that's really what they want. That's what they really want. They have to hide it under things like religion, under things like conservatism. They have to hide these things, ladies. Please understand, it is not your job to take this shit personal. Keep yourself safe. Keep yourself protected.
Till MAGA do us apart, many men are receiving their divorce papers. People's choices in voting Trump back into office are starting to come back and bite them. And it's hitting them right where it hurts most, their interpersonal relationships, highlighting how deadly serious some women are about cutting off anyone they perceive to be cancerous in their lives. All those years of matrimony be damned. Some MAGA men seem to think that women don't have rights. Christian pastor Del Partridge argued in a series of tweets that in a Christian marriage, a wife should vote according to the husband's direction. In other words, he pits his version of the religion against the Constitution, which, since the 19th Amendment passed a century ago, guarantees adult citizens the right.
I have no idea what this guy's saying, and it's bothering me, so I'm just gonna move on.
Okay, what up, friendos?
Look,
Welcome.
I don't mean anything towards him. It's just he is illegible to me. I can't understand what he's saying. It's me, not him. I'm out of ammo. Yeah, and what was this? This is about 50. Or no, Tom Pedro uses 50 cal. Yeah. 50 rounds. Take 200 of them. No. Stack weight. Mutant Slayers. I don't know. I don't think, well, that is a nice mod, but no, I think I'd rather just stick to caps for it. What? Oh, because I'm the wrong spec, that's why. Okay, so 215 out of 347 of any extra armor or extra weapons. Food or drink, yeah, that stuff should go away. The AIDS is part of it. Stim packs, I'm out of supers now, which sucks. Oh no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Some kind of... He did not drop anything. Fucking annoying. Found money. Drink 3 Nuka-Colas. Suppose the first thing I'll do is Nuka-Cola.
Back. This is the 3rd video in a row I'm recording about some kind of MMORPG drama, but it might be the first one to be uploaded, so hello, hi, you've probably not seen me for months. Good to be back. I am going to be back full-time making content for YouTube now, on both channels, but I figured we'd start with all the MMO drama I've been missing out on, and this is a fucking, this is a wild one. Ship of Heroes. I have the creator of this.
Suitcase Pink, Television, and Unstoppables posters. Okay, now we're gonna post a whole bunch of them. Sort by value, we'll go from the top.
this blocked on my emails, apparently. For no reason other than he just kept emailing me to cover the game, and then I kept looking at the game and I was like, nah, I'm good. It doesn't look very good. And you know, if I want to cover something, I will, and if you just constantly email me about it, then I'm probably just not going to, because it's annoying. But at the same time, you know, I've been aware of this project for a long time. I was aware of it. I've been signed up to their newsletter for a long time. I think I unsigned up from it a couple of years ago, in maybe 2022 or something. They are releasing on Steam in 2 hours, and the reason I wanted to record this now is so that I could get my opinion forever immortalized on the internet before I'm proven right or wrong. And that is to say, oh my god, look, it's fucking bargain bin Josh Strife Hayes. Look, they it's fucking Josh Strife Hayes from Temu. I just wanted to get my opinion out there so people can have it, whether they care or not, whatever, and see, you know, what happens. Ship of Heroes, what's the drama? Well, it's a game that looks like it was made in 2010. It's releasing in late 2025, and it's going to cost, if you stand in, you know, you might be listening to me on your phone, you might be listening to me laying in bed, you know, sit up, get in your gamer position, brace for fucking impact. This game is going to cost 60 United States dollars, not 60 fucking Zimbabwean dollars, 60 United States dollars, Trump dollars. and the fact I need to say "and" after that lets you know this is fucked. And it's going to have a fucking subscription, a monthly subscription. Let me move this cup because I'm getting so animated. I might just knock it off my fucking desk. A $15 per month subscription. If you pay yearly, good luck to you, because I doubt this game will be fucking functional in a year's time at this pricing. You get it for $144. You get 20% off. You save 20%. What a fucking bargain. What a deal. So you can spend $75.
Oops, what did I do?
Do you get the first month for free? The pricing, download and active subscription will give access to everything in the game. There are no microtransactions, no cash up, no premium add-ons, no deluxe launch packages. I should fucking hope so. It's $75 for a month of game time. The initial download is $60 plus an active subscription gives access to everything in the current game. And added in the 2 years after launch, 1 month access is included in the initial download fee. So never mind, your first month isn't 75, your first month is 60. So you do get the 1 month like you used to back in the golden days, back in the good old days when you'd go to fucking Game Station or Game or whatever, or, you know, if you're in America, Best Buy, and you get your little box for your World of Warcraft or your Star Wars, the Old Republic or whatever, and you'd run home and you get in your little gym jams, get your hot cocoa, load the game up, make your account. Your initial purchase would give you 1 month of in-game time. You'd probably still have to put a credit card in, but then obviously you get to play for that first month like the good old days. This is not the good old days. It's 2025. If you're, bro, you can't charge $60 for this game. You can't. And if you're going to, it needs to be free to play. Like, it is what it is. But the drama isn't. Let me just say, by the way, if you want to charge $7 million for this game, that's your choice. You own the thing. Do whatever the fuck you want with it. I couldn't care less. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's absolutely fucking stupid. But you own it. You charge $100, charge $500, charge a $600 monthly subscription. I don't care. You look stupid, but it is what it is. It's your thing. Do what you're gonna do. But that's not the problem. The problem is what the owner does and says afterwards, because it just makes the game look absolutely fucking stupid. Yes, somebody posting, Integral is the developer. He posts and says, you are of course entitled to your opinion. We have had a dozen alphas and betas along the development that has given people the advantage to see inside the game. We've had irrelevant, by the way, who gives a fuck? It's you launch it on Steam, it's going to be seen by new eyeballs. What previous eyeballs have seen is irrelevant. If that was the case, if you don't care about the Steam eyeballs, don't launch on Steam. Like, what the fuck is the relevance of this? We've had more than 60 video updates showing the game and over 100 newsletters showing the game in detail. This is far too much for anyone to claim that we are an unknown. To people on Steam, you are. Like, what do you... Are people going to log on and see the game launch and be like, oh, need to go and do my thesis on Ship of Heroes and go and look through all these things? No. You are a completely new entity to people on Steam. You're just popping up for the first time for them. You might as well not exist until the moment that they see it. That's how this works. If you personally need the assurance that studio has made other games for you to buy from them, you are entitled to this opinion. Again, I don't think this is like a thing you need, but at the same time, asking people that don't know who you are to just like, oh, $60 is their choice. If they want to spend that, you know, I don't think this is like a super valid criticism, but it is what it is. Please understand that others may feel differently. Each price point and structure will garner a different base of players with different purchase behaviors. We hope we have selected well for our desired results. It's not going to go well. It is what it is. This is not going to earn almost any money. You misunderstand, unfortunately. Most indie games are not priced the same as AAA games. This is true. Yeah, I mean, this is just a statement of fact. Showing videos, having an alpha or test doesn't do anything to guarantee the longevity of the game. I'll be watching it to see how it does, but the price point is way too high for me to buy day one, with the very real possibility of being unsustainable at that price. It would be better if the game was priced lower, as you want as many players as possible for a new MMO to cover server and development costs. Better to have 20k people at $9.99 than 5k at $14.99, both in terms of sustainability and community. This is true. But they are the developer. You know, you can give your input, and if they don't want to hear it, they don't want to hear it. It is what it is. And then he just responds and says, we understand your financial constraints and respect them, which kind of sounds like, okay then, broke boy. You know the old Pokemon meme? Sounds like a broke boy, or whatever the fuck she said, when people were talking about her massively overpriced white labeled cookies. And then this pops up, right? There was people posting on the subreddit saying the devs are banning and censoring legitimate criticism and just people talking about the price point of the game. And the developer responded, well, one of the developers, and said this. And we'll go over it in a second because we kind of have to contrast it to some of the reasons people are being banned. Now, as somebody who moderates my own Discord, or did before I stopped opening it for the last 2 months or so, while I was taking my YouTube break, I've literally not looked at Discord at all. It could be on fucking fire for all I know, or nobody's posting there and everything's okay. It will become active again when I start posting again, hopefully. It is what it is. But as somebody who is a content creator, moderates my own stuff generally, I might have a different opinion on moderation to you watching this video, because again, I do moderate my own thing, and I am technically like a brand online and like a product, I guess. But I'm also a human being, and nobody's paying money for my service, right? So my opinion on this for my own moderation and how I have always run my moderation is, I don't give a fuck what your opinion is. If I don't like it, if I don't want to see it, it could be, oh, Kira, your hair looks nice today. Oh, Kira, I like your jacket. If I just don't want to see you speaking to me, I will remove you from my shit. Like, that's obviously a ridiculous example. If you're complimenting me, I'm probably not going to ban you.
No.
But you know what I mean? For any reason, I don't care what it is. I don't care what it is. I will just remove people. And,
yeah, me too. Yep.
I don't feel like I need to justify this for any reason, because you didn't pay to be a part of this. You didn't buy my product. I don't owe you customer service.
No.
You're there interacting with me, something I might read, something I might reply to. And if I feel like for whatever reason it's not worth my time, or you're annoying or whatever, I'm just going to ban you. And I think if anyone has like a different opinion on that, that's okay. But this is like my area, so it's fucking largely irrelevant what you think. Where this differs is that they are a product. People are paying money for this, and they should be able to have an open discussion. If that open discussion doesn't involve like hate or bigotry or fucking some kind of ism or personal attacks or ad hominem or whatever, you shouldn't be banning people that are just having a cordial, normal conversation. I think that sets a really bad precedent. I think that makes you look really bad as a company. And that's what they've done here. So this person just posts, hey everyone, as someone who's been an avid superhero gamer for years, City of Heroes, Champions Online, DC Universe, Spider-Man, the Arkham games, I was really excited to finally see Ship of Heroes get closer to release. I have to be honest, I don't understand how this is launching at a $60 price tag. Between the graphics, the animations, art direction or really lack thereof, and the overall presentation, this feels much closer to something that should be in early access for maybe $19.99. It's just not polished enough to stand alongside other $60 titles in today's market. All true. Don't get me wrong, I respect that the devs are trying to build and I'd love to see it succeed. Superhero MMOs are rare and we all want something new to invest time in. But the game simply isn't in the state to justify charging full AAA pricing. Launching at $60 honestly risks scaring away a big part of the player base before it even has a chance to grow. I'd love to hear what other fans think. Am I being too harsh, or does anyone else feel like this is overpriced for what we're actually getting right now? There are assumptions in this, because if you've just shown up and you're like, oh, this game's releasing and I like superhero games, you don't know what's in the game to say whether it's worth $60, only visually. So there's an assumption there of what are we getting?
Somebody bought my fixer.
But at the same time, I think everyone watching this video can consistently agree that an indie MMO in 2025 from a complete unknown studio, it's probably not going to be worth $60, and the population at launch for $60 with a fucking subscription is going to make the game less populated than it otherwise would be, and therefore less sustainable and less fun on launch, which we all know as MMO gamers is the most fun time of a game. People want to get in on launch, and if you're charging $60 for this, it's not good, right? It's not great. If the devs want to, I respect their decision to do so, but I think objectively this is bad from everything I know about the industry and video games in general. I don't think this is a comment that should get you banned from the fucking subreddit, from the community section on their Steam. And the guy then posts and says, no constructive criticism has been deleted or banned. Is this constructive criticism? I don't know. Maybe, sure, but is it ban-worthy? Absolutely not. Is there anything constructive here other than the game looks bad, it should be less money? I don't consider that necessarily constructive, but at the same time, like, is it ban-worthy? No. But then he goes on to say, to be constructive, you kind of need to not be 100% negative. I mean, he does say he's positively looking forward to like what the game could be, and that he likes this type of game. He's really excited to finally see Ship of Heroes here. So that's positive. None of the critics ever come in and say, I love these 3 features of Ship of Heroes, but these other 2 are not what I like because of X, Y, and Z. Instead, they usually start out asserting some negative opinion as if it's a law of physics, and then moves on to more of the same. It didn't happen. We just read it. This didn't happen. Ship of Heroes has been created with enormous community involvement and support. The community asked for what it wanted, and we are delivering. Trolls are trolls, so this guy's a troll, right? You can fall into this trap as a creator to be like overly negative towards, you know, a lot of people don't, I guess, understand that if you catch me on a bad day, you might be the 50th person I've read say something stupid, and then I'm just gonna fucking unload on you, and I'm gonna be like, fuck you, fuck everything you stand for. But you're not like the first. You've not just shown up and been like, oh, hey Kira, you know, I think you could have done better here. Like, you might have a perfectly valid criticism, but you're probably, I've sifted through like 100 people saying some fucking dumb shit before I got to you. So I can understand how this can happen, but at the same time, again, you've got to hold yourself to better standards when you're a product and you're trying to sell the product to people who are presumably going to use this forum after they paid money to support and talk about your game. It's a community forum about a product that's being charged at a premium price of $60. This is not, you know, just some fucking random unmoderated section of some YouTube channel. He then says they, as in the trolls, seem to have some sort of entitlement philosophy that sums up as, we are allowed to come into your house and shout at the top of our lungs that your spouse is ugly and your children are stupid. That's not constructive criticism. Nobody did this. this is not, this didn't happen. Like this guy is delusional. And it is really a shame because obviously, like back in the day, before we found out that City of Heroes private servers existed, then there was just people like running hidden secret City of Heroes servers, and then somebody outed it, and it's like, this has been happening for years, and they became public. Ship of Heroes, as well as there was another one called like not Vanguard, there was another one, there was like 3 superhero MMOs that originally tried to go to Kickstarter, funded elsewhere, was like, you know, just sort of like in the background making moves. I was waiting to play something like this because I loved City of Heroes back in the day. It was one of my favorite MMOs, and it's a shame to see that, you know, this is what's become of it, and it doesn't look all that great. But I probably would have tried it if it wasn't a monthly subscription with a $60 price tag, because this could be as good. It's not going to be better than City of Heroes, is it? Let's be real. Because City of Heroes was made with a much larger, probably much more competent team, and ran for a much longer period of time with much more money. And City of Heroes, as far as I'm aware, still costs fucking nothing to go and play at this point. Probably would have went and played this had it not been for, you know, the developer being a bit of a fuck knuckle, and also, you know, the game being what it is. But if this game comes out on Steam in the next like 2 hours or whenever it launches, and it breaks 2,000 concurrent players on Steam, which we'll be able to see with SteamDB, I'll be the most surprised motherfucker ever. Do they need 2,000 players? Do they need, you know, hundreds of thousands of cells or anything? Probably not. But at the same time, anything like this, MMOs are a really tricky beast, because you can even see this with much larger games. Once a game's population is unsustainable, as in it's not fun to play anymore, you need the number to constantly remain the same or go up. If it's in a decline, it's just a snowball rolling downhill, and as it rolls downhill, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and then it's fucked. The game just dies because there's not enough people to do stuff with. Queues are longer, or it's harder to find a group, or there's just not as many people around to socialize with or whatever in these multiplayer shared universes. And then, of course, that causes some people to quit, which compounds the problem and causes more people to quit, which ultra compounds the problem and causes even more people to quit. If you launch in a bad state, a lot of game developers treat this as if like they've got a golden fucking bullet in their gun, chambered, ready to pull the free-to-play pistol and just shoot that golden bullet. But realistically, as we're seeing nowadays, it just doesn't always work out that way. There's just too many things competing for people's attention. And if you're going to launch like this, I don't know, bro. Best of luck to you, I guess. We'll see what happens. Inevitably, I think this is probably going to go down the shitter, but colour me surprised if it doesn't, and we'll see how it goes. But that's the Ship of Heroes pricing drama. And yeah, thanks for watching. See you next time. Stay safe. Peace. So what up, friendos? Welcome back. Let's talk about Ashes of Creation today. There's some drama abound. There's some news. There's some things going on, and everyone on the MMO subreddit's calling it a scam again. Everyone on the Ashes of Creation subreddit are going back and forth about what this means, and is the sky falling, and is this the end of Ashes of Creation, and, you know, has the rug finally been pulled? All the usual stuff that you expect to see when something deeply serious, such as a video game company, has fired some people. And I'm not saying it's not serious if you like have some kind of emotional or financial incentive or investment into Ashes being the next and only greatest hope of the MMORPG genre, which, if you feel that way, fair enough. I'm just saying, for me, this is just something to talk about that people are interested in. I don't particularly care. Sucks that people lose their job, but that's life. So the news here is that this person posted on LinkedIn saying that, you know, sorry to hear about the layoffs that's just happened at Intrepid, and then everyone just immediately jumped on this and was like, oh my god, this is fucking the end, you know, we've just thrown the ring into Mount Doom and it's all about to implode. Is this a really bad sign? I don't know. You don't know. Only people internally at the studio knows. We're going to look at what Steven said, because he address the drama. And obviously there's a guy here, this is not new, there's been layoffs at Intrepid before. John Waynick, Unreal Engine supervisor and generalist, lead technical environment artist, said more layoffs at Intrepid. It sucked getting laid off last February, but I'd hoped that would be the end of it and the rest of the team would survive. So sad to hear. So let's take a look at what Steven specifically said, because this is, I guess, the most relevant piece of information, since, you know, he is the fucking owner of the company. He said, I want to add some clarity here. Always love some clarity being added, because I know how concerning headlines like this can be. Recently, 9 people out of a team of 250 were impacted as part of some targeted team adjustments. That's not a corporate buzzword. That's not some upper management wording right there. This was not a large-scale layoff and not a reflection of the health or future of Ashes of Creation. Maybe, who knows? We don't know. We'll see, I guess. These are real people and friends. This was not an easy decision. We're doing what we can to support those affected. At the same time, development on Ashes is continuing forward and the team remains strong and fully engaged on the project. I appreciate how much this community cares. It means a lot to me and the team. I ask that we just keep conversation respectful and grounded in facts. We don't have facts, so we, you know, all anyone can really do is speculate, because facts are things we absolutely do not have. So basically that's where we're at with it all. That's what has happened. That's what Steven said. He says it's 9 people. He also says it's a team of 250. These are numbers, like, are these 250 people full-time employed in studio, you know, in the location that they use as an office? I don't know. I've not looked into this. The thing is that every time, like, a studio in the MMO genre suffers layoffs or a game closes down, Steven is on social media being like, oh, you know, contact me, maybe we have a job for you at Intrepid and things like that, which I'm never going to think that's not PR, because that's the way my brain works. I'm a cynical person. I'm just assuming that it's win-win, because if some crazy talented person is like, yeah, actually, I want to come work there, then you can always make space for those people, and that's a win. And also, all the community thinks, oh, look at that, they're doing well, they're not laying people off, you know, look, Steven's such a great guy. That's a win as well. So there's no reason not to do it, because if you don't end up hiring anybody, you still look good and people still think of you highly. But generally, if someone ever does that, I think, yeah, that's just PR, right? I mean, there's no negatives to it. It just is what it is. It's going to get you something no matter what you do, no matter what happens. But obviously, if you're doing that and then also laying people off every year, and it's not like you're just, oh, you're underperforming, you're fired, you're underperforming, you're fired, oh, we've got somebody else in that's better at the job than you, you're fired. When it's layoffs and it's like a group of people at a certain time, we are conditioned in the games industry, because of how many massive layoffs there's been over the last 4 years, to be like, oh, that's bad. They're running out of money, you know, the sky's falling, all these negative things.
I got clothing. Nice.
But again, we don't know. It's just perception-wise, that's what people are going to think, and that's exactly what people are thinking. If you look through this thread, this is on the Ashes subreddit, which is positive. I mean, more positive than the MMO subreddit is anyway, which is kind of like saying being stabbed to death is better than being shot to death, I guess. Or being, you know, the fucking Friends one, would you rather be burned alive or drowned? Like, we're kind of in that territory of comparison. You know, layoffs before it's even in beta, you know, this is not the first time, but this is what people are going to think. It's negative press regardless, because you're not just firing one person. You think of rounds of layoffs and you think negative things, because what else are you going to think? But realistically, this could just be, you know, these people were just not needed anymore, which raises the question, what were they doing in the company if it's not even in beta yet and these people weren't needed? You know, why were they hired in the first place? You know, which core system is now done? You could draw a lot of conclusions from this nothing burger of information. We simply don't know. Obviously, there is an element of this where people are like, oh, Steven's repeatedly said the whole thing's funded himself, he doesn't need anybody's money, but we're selling the game, we're selling these expensive packages, we're constantly using FOMO cosmetics, etc, etc. Problems people have had with the game for years and years now. Why that's going on? Does he need to fire people? And the simple response to that is, just because you've got money doesn't mean everyone is equal at a company and doing all equal things, and you're just gonna fucking give people a job and keep them employed as like some kind of handout. when perhaps you don't need them or whatever. It's still a business, and business is business. It's cutthroat in that way, you know. There is a funny, interesting thing about this though that always makes me laugh, and somebody linked it in here. It's this one from their own website. Family, the gaming industry can be a turbulent storm of hiring cycles and layoffs. We've set out to do something different, to break this cycle and create an independent studio capable of withstanding the chaos of the industry. We brought on board a team of professionals that hold a diverse set of skills and who have a singular goal: making fun games. The studio is designed to be an open place for collaboration and communication, a place that is conducive to team building and success. Our goal is to build a family that will laugh together, play together, succeed together, and stay together. I'm the dickhead, right? Everyone says, Kira, you only make negative content. You're a doomer. You're a doom tuber. You're X, Y, and Z. Just because the topics that most interest me are the negative ones. It's why I do this. If it doesn't interest me, I'm not going to talk about it. And unfortunately, the way my brain works is that it's got to be something that's perceived as negative because I like that. You know, it's just my thing. I think I'm relatively good at talking about that stuff anyway, probably because it interests me and I've followed it for so many years in the industry. That being said, when I hear somebody say family in a business sense, I can only ever think that you're full of shit, because it's just, if you treated a business like a family, one, you'd be stupid, and two, if it was like all hugs and rainbows and kisses, you wouldn't need to tell people it was a family, because people would be telling other people it's a family. It's like, if that's your PR slogan, oh, it's like a family over here, I think you're full of shit. I don't trust you immediately when you do that. And obviously, it's funny when you're like, oh, we're a family, we're not going to have the usual industry things, layoff next year, layoff. Like, it I'm not saying it's unnecessary. I'm not saying it's they're doing terrible things over there. I'm just saying it is funny in contrast when you look at what they're saying and what they're doing. It's same old shit as always, right? Water's wet. This is no news here. That being said, I obviously said before Ashes came out in their Steam release that I was going to treat Ashes as a fully released product. I've not played the game. It launched at a terrible time for me to play it, because you all want to play the launch of an MMO, right? It's the best time to play. But it launched like right next to PoE 2 League, and I'm not missing a PoE 2 League just so I can go and fucking alpha test an expensive, unfinished, many years from being done MMORPG. Like, I'm just not doing it, even if it's for content and people want to see my opinion on what the game currently is. That being said, when you're treating a game as a release product because it's charging and operating like a release product, box price, cosmetics in the cash shop in the game, you have to be fair. And any other game that would have released on Steam, I'd have said, let's look at the numbers a month or so after release, and the numbers are not good, right? It's lost essentially half its player base in a month. Again, it is an alpha. You can use that as a shield to deflect criticism, but in my eyes, this is a release product, and a release product losing half its player base is probably not good. And then the layoffs you add in and things like that, it overall, I can see why people have a negative perception of this. I don't particularly think this is like the biggest deal in the world. But since this is the first video talking about Ashes since the game did release on Steam, at least I think it is. I don't think I've talked about it since it released on Steam. The reviews are exactly what I thought they were going to be. You know, it released and a lot of people gave it negative reviews because it's an alpha game charging a box price and selling cosmetics, and people are treating it as if this is a finished game, because for all intents and purposes that's what they're selling, that's what they're presenting to people. And then people get in the game despite the warnings, of course, and it's not a finished game, and it's a game that no doubt a lot of people are having fun playing. I'm not saying it's devoid of fun or that, you know, you can't have a good time playing it. There's some things that you enjoy that I'm not going to, or that other people aren't going to, and that's fine. But it is exactly as expected. People bought the game, people got into the game, and they were looking for like the next big MMO to play, and they realized that it's not finished. It's what we knew was going to happen. I don't think this sort of thing hurts it in the incredibly long term, but at the same time, just to give you some examples of when this has been the case, if you look at something like New World, which we all know is just spectacularly closed down in a fucking ball of fire and destruction, leaving behind a devastated industry in its wake. Amazon Game Studios, $500 million per year budget, no fucking games, not a wanna, not a single game, gone, just fucking pissed that money away forever. Nobody cares, I guess. But obviously, when you look at like what happened with New World, millions and millions of people bought that game. It had no sub cost. It wasn't in early access. It wasn't an alpha. It wasn't an indie, whatever. It didn't have a bunch of drama surrounding like the creator or whatever, being a Kickstarter MMO, things like that, negative stigma topics. It was a game developed by one of the biggest companies on the planet that millions of people had already removed the barrier for entry to get into the game. It had 4+ years of constant development and patches. It had people all over social media saying, oh, it's the best it's ever been, it's really good now, you should come play it. And no fucker did. Just because when they originally played it, they were like, no, actually, I don't want to play that game, that's not very good. And then year later, do I want to go back and play New World? Actually, no, fuck it, I've moved on now, I'm going to play something else. 2 years later, same story. 3 years later, same story. Repeat. And no matter how much development they put into the game, no matter how much everyone told you it was way better, first impressions, regardless of what you and I want to say, do matter. People can be telling you this is the best thing, you know, it's the second coming of Jesus Christ himself. And if you already tested it or saw people test it or played it or whatever you want to call it, and you didn't like it or you thought it was bad or you've heard a bunch of shit around the game and you've just sort of like mentally moved on, are you going to come back later down the line? Not necessarily. You know, there are examples where this has worked out, No Man's Sky being one of the main ones people use, but there's also many other examples where it hasn't worked out. So obviously when you combine all these things, I think I'm correct in saying what happened before the Steam release, which is, I said, this is probably a bad idea in the long term of the game's you know, future. It's probably vindicated, right? Because while 15,000 players is a good, healthy number for a small MMO, it is going down, and it's probably going to continue going down. And unless there's another major release around the corner that somehow drags back in a bunch of players and stuff like that, I think it's probably... I don't know if the juice was worth the squeeze. I don't have access to their numbers, but obviously releasing for a box price on Steam, you're doing it for a couple of reasons. One being money, two being, I guess, access to some more diverse opinions that aren't your core fan base. But it would seem like a lot of those opinions came in one door and left out another one very quickly. So, you know, I don't know if that was worth it. We'll have to wait and see. That being said, I figured I'd just address a couple other things, because why not? We're already here. I'm probably not going to talk about it for another couple months unless something else crazy happens. There's the whole conversation about bots on Ashes. And if you search on this subreddit right now and like just look past week, past fucking month since the game came out, a lot of the posts, game is a botter's paradise, economy is ruined due to the bots, here's a bunch of bots flying, here's a GM talking about the bots and killing the bots. It's a big topic. And one thing I will say is that it's not ideal for a game to have a bunch of bots. It's not ideal for a game to have a thriving RMT community, you know, real money trading, for people who don't know what RMT is, buying and selling of gold and in-game goods and services and things like that. But using this as like a cudgel to be like, oh, this game's bad, or they're doing something nefarious because there's bots and RMT in the game. Guys, I've been playing MMOs since the late 90s. And they've always had bots. There is bots in every fucking game. Like, a lot of them. If you think there isn't, you simply haven't paid attention.
Maybe not as much.
I'm not saying that makes this good. And honestly, with a smaller company, you surely would think that they'd be able to just like have a guy. If you've got 250 people working at the studio, surely you could just have a guy every fucking like an hour every evening, just fly around and ban the bots, and then they're gone, and then they have to pay money, usually from stolen credit cards, by the way, or from regions where they're paying like a third or less the price that other people are paying for the game license from Steam, using regional pricing. But then they have to rebuy it, and the way RMT works is it will never go away. All that happens is the harder you make it, the more expensive the goods become, which essentially means like, oh, if it costs a botter $50 to you know, make $70, It's exactly like prohibition, basically. Like, if you make something illegal or you like crack down on something to the point where it's hard for them to do, it just means that they're going to charge more for their services. It's never going to go away. This is a problem nobody has solved. You can remove trading like Black Desert Online did.
I love
They
76
just have
now. It
people log
plays
on
like a
their
real
accounts and farm
Fallout
for
game,
them.
finally.
You can ban people for doing it. They just make more accounts. Like, there's just money to be made, and that's what people are going to do. It is what it is. It doesn't mean that they shouldn't be doing more. But I think being like, oh, there's loads of bots in this game,
reload.
they're doing it on purpose, or they're a bad company for not dealing with it. Go look at any MMO. Lost Ark, the estimate was like 30 to 50% of the player base were bots, based on like how the Steam DB worked and how when like they do a maintenance or whatever, it would take a while for the bots to get back on, and you just see these massive spikes in player base. Or just before an update came out, old school RuneScape, when it almost hit, I think it was last year, like mid to late last year, 2025, they almost hit they hit like an all-time player peak of almost 200,000 players on old school RuneScape. They did a bot, like a massive bot crackdown, and banned a bunch of accounts. It literally dropped the fucking player base by like 30%. It went down from something stupid, like I think it was like 194,000 to
Oh
like
my god,
130.
they're all
Like, they just
botting
whacked
fucking
50, like a quarter of their
RuneScape.
player base.
Oh
due to
my
banning
god.
bots, and they wouldn't have even gotten all the bot. Like World of Warcraft, same shit. Like, all of these games have the same problem, especially in countries where this is like a really good wage compared to the rest of the work that they could get around them. Of course, you're gonna have bots. Like, it is what it is. That being said, there's videos on the subreddit of bots flying around the map delivering crates and things, which is it's not ideal when people are playing the game normally and goods in the game are tripling per week because the bot problems, you know, out of control. But considering everyone likes to say, oh, it's an alpha, you know, you need to treat it like an alpha, the bots are probably the least of your concerns when people keep figuring out bugs and dupes in the game that are causing massive economic problems in the first place, which is a consistent thing. And as somebody who's played sandbox PvP MMOs since the late 90s, I will tell you that that never goes away either.
No.
And the best guilds in the game are almost certainly going to be exploiting, hacking, duping, and doing everything that they can to maintain an advantage, because they're probably the same fucking people that have been doing it in the industry for the last 20 years in every game that has an incentive to be a PvP sandbox, duping and exploiting clan. If you've been in one of these clans, they're all the same people. They move game to game, and this never ends. That's just something you have to come to terms with if this is the game that you're choosing to play, if this is the genre you want to play. You want to be in a sandbox PvP MMO. Like, you've got a fucking thread here. Oh, he had me until the last line, and then I'm like,
That's another problem
are
with
you okay? Like, what's
that's another problem with You think so, huh? You all got out of your cars, did you? Oh my god. And they all just auto-spawn to their cars so they can chase me. What was that? What? That got everybody. God damn, the acceleration in the rain is so fast. Oh god, that one was close. I cannot turn at all. I can't turn. Like, oh, because I have a flat tire. Oh yeah, that'd be why. Yeah, that's why. Okay. Well, I can't turn at all, yeah, because I don't have a tire on my front thing. All right, that was good. Stash is done. We're right at the G's cache, so I suppose I could wander over there and have a look. Okay, I'm in here to kill like 2 more Rust Raiders by my skull. And then I believe I'll go play some WoW. I'm gonna start over Starfield with no mods. I would say the only one I need anymore is like no, I don't even need Gun Fu. I can just use Blend. Like, what mod do I truly need? I don't think there's any. I'm sick of the fucking game crashing. Like, sick of it. Even that area loot mod. I like that mod, but I think it's causing crashes and stuff. And I'm gonna just start over with no mods. And just play the game forever on a non-modded run, because the mods crash. I feel ashamed that I spent $100 on mods as it is. Because they all cause me to crash. They cause me to crash over and over again. I mean, I had that playthrough, and I managed to keep going. And that's a strong playthrough. It's still going. But it keeps crashing, which is just, you know, fucking shit. And I'm learning to just play the damn Bethesda game without the mods. I'm good enough to do the non-achievement run. I just, you know, I did it already. I got a non-achievement run. I beat Starfield. Oh, right, my skull. I forgot. There's somebody here, but he's like lower. Yeah, here he is. What? Oh, no, there you are. This guy's actually weird. I'm out of AP because I keep jumping and I'm full. Alright, was that everything? Did I get enough restorators? Yes, I did. Alright, we did all of the weeklies and all of the dailies. Right? Yeah. Oh, no, scraps junk to produce ceramic, which is fine. We'll go home and do that at home. That moonshine check is for glass. I know where to get ceramics. That's easy enough. We'll go home. I think I'm just gonna stay on WoW because it's so mindless now. It's just as mindless as Rust. You can just press a button and cleave your way through the fucking game. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a game that will immerse me. The combat immerses me and it's there all the time. It embraces me like 76. The combat's always there. When I zone into this base, I might be attacked by Scorched or like a super mutant or some kind of like fucking Scorched beast. Like, I like that combat. It's constant. It wasn't here right now, but... I am here to sell ceramics, but I picked all of them. No ceramics, I'll have to go to the mall. I'll go to the refuge. There will be ceramic in the mall. What else? This is it. I think I've done everything I want to do on Grand Theft Auto for like 4 or 5 hours. I'm just gonna shut it off now. Let's see what's free in the store. Make it big. What's free in the store? Let's see. Store. Rustler. Okay. And then speak to Skippy. I've never done this one. Oh, it's a refuge daily. Hurry up, you. I had to wait for him to light his cigarette. I don't think I want to do this. So... But we got it. No, undo these. I want to go look around for ceramic on the various tables and stuff.
Going on, he says, playing a level 23 cleric, just grinding, relaxing when a summoner comes along and tries to pull mod packs into me over and over. Then by some miracle he actually PvP flags and I think now is my chance to get rid of this person, but he runs away instead. He then comes back and pulls more mobs on me again, so this time I white hit melee him to PvP flag this time. However, right when I did, he summoned a mount with 1 health and my mace AoE hit it and killed it. I got debuff and couldn't fight back fairly. He killed me, took 3 of my items I spent a week trying to get. All funny, by the way, and... all stuff that happens in these games. It is what it is. You're going to be grief. That is the game. I've tried explaining this to people from day one when everyone was like,
yeah, like I'm like fuck that. They could protect us, but they don't. That's like what the games are. There we go. Scrap jump to produce ceramic. Probably all those cigarette ashtrays. Okay, and that's my 76 session for today. I got all the weeklies and all the dailies done. I'm learning to just do it on my main. I was gonna do all this on my what's it called? Like, dude, the characters don't have separate weeklies and dailies, right? Oh, the character, yeah. Collect caps. A character has stuff, but you can get atoms by just making more and more characters, which I didn't realize. Like, if you go to level 50, yeah, like if you collect caps, if you like do the caps, or if you collect caps on a new character, you can make quite a lot of atoms, which I didn't realize. And I could keep grinding 76, but there's other games to play. I know there is. So, all right, as cheesy as it is, I'm gonna log out 76 for WoW. Okay, going to WoW. We are actively trying to clear the war within and get geared up through time warped gear, because it like caps you out. I think I have like all time warped gear, which is like 108 eye level or something like that. What's the fastest? I'm gonna go ask the AI. What's the fastest, easiest thing to get eye level higher? In World of Warcraft, in the War Within, what is the fastest, easiest, laziest, most AFK way to get eye level to cap? You can just show up at theater troupe in Dornegal. The Radiance Echoes and Memory Events. Oh, yeah. Every hour. On the hour. At 5 minutes before the hour, curtain call phase is when you should ideally arrive to grab the quest. Duration, the whole thing is about 10 to 15 minutes. That's in 5 minutes. You need to be level 80, and you need to have reached Renown 3 with the Council of Dornagal, which happens almost naturally just by doing the main campaign. Go to the Proscenium. So I have to complete the campaign before I worry about this stuff. And then I think the world quests are easy enough. I think I want to rearrange how my mouse works because I don't like reaching for...
old stream, and Steven came in and Steven said, oh, this game's gonna be X, Y, and Z, and all the WoW players, all the World of Warcraft players are like, oh my god, that game sounds great, I can't wait to play that game. You motherfuckers are not prepared. To quote World of Warcraft, to quote Illidan, you are not prepared, because if you're going from ultimate handholdy theme park World of Warcraft to a fucking sandbox PvP game,
yeah,
and you're thinking, oh yeah, this is the game for me, you're in for a real rude awakening, let me just tell you. The people, like, if you polled people 3-4 years ago on what their upcoming, you know, big savior the MMO genre was going to be, loads of people that had never played a PvP sandbox before was going to go, oh, Ashes of Creation, can't wait for that game to come out, it's going to be great. But this game is it's for an incredibly niche hardcore audience. It just is what it is. I've said this the whole time because I am that niche hardcore audience. I've literally just logged off a 200 population Mortal Online 2 because I like, you know, having my balls stamped on apparently by these games that hate you and waste your time and they're bullshit to play, and everyone's griefing you and everyone's a fucking heroin addict for some reason or smokes meth, and they just play these games because, you know, they're punishing themselves for their past transgressions or whatever. But it always confused me, and I always made a point in any video I talked about Ashes to say, this is not the handholdy theme park game you want it to be. It's gonna be this. People are going to grief you, people are going to be cheating. It's part and parcel with the game. But he had me right up until he says this is DEI PvP, fighting over mechanics, not other player skill. What in the fuck is this? I don't even want to look at his profile.
I do see it again right here.
I'm not going to do it to myself. I'm moving on. That's it. We've rambled enough in this video.
This mining point is seeing me.
There's layoffs. It happens. Are they a big deal? We'll see. I think no matter which way you slice this, you know, I'm not a suck it and see person. If somebody says close your eyes and then something starts waggling about in front of my face, I'm not going to, you know, suck it and find out what it is. I'm just going to assume it's something I don't want to be sucking. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a suck it and see kind of person. The Aeon 2 coverage will prove that. You know, when a company's telling me, oh, it's not going to be pay to win, says company with history of pay to win, I'm just going to assume it's going to be pay to win. And if I'm wrong, cool. I win. You know, I go into it being wrong. It's not the worst thing in the world. I can admit when I'm wrong. I just use my past experiences to just, you know, make a bit of an assumption that I'm probably correct after years and years of seeing these things. And when somebody tells me, oh, it's not for the money, does thing that only really makes sense if you're trying to make money. Oh, you know, we're actually doing great, lays people off, continues, you know, doing something to make more money, lays people off. I obviously am going to think that's, you know, something here doesn't make sense. But a lot of things about Ashes don't make sense. A lot of things about Steven don't make sense. Why is this guy spending millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars per year making this game? He obviously is into it. Unless there's something behind the scenes where he's like, you know, nefariously building up this game and this engine and plugins, and he's going to sell them on the Unreal store, and fucking he's going to, even if the game fails, he has all this stuff that he can turn around and sell or license out or whatever. You know, maybe there's some business angle I don't know about. Maybe it's not as crazy that he's putting all this money in. But all of this is irrelevant to say. The game is being built. And until we see otherwise, until like 30% of the studios let go, or until the game just vanishes or whatever, the game is still being developed, and people are still having fun playing it. That being said, it's not going to be me. I've said this a million times. Long gone are the days where I'm going to go and play an alpha version for a game that used to sell $500 early access packs. It's just not worth it for me. Like, I just don't care. Treating this game as a full release, I'd go in and my review would be exactly what I think it's going to be, and that is, even if it's fun, the game's not finished. Even if, you know, every single person I've seen talk about how you get to endgame means that I don't want to put the time in to get to the endgame by just sitting in a group pulling the same mobs over and over again, killing them. I did that 20 years ago. I'm good. Like, I don't need to see that. No. And I'm certainly not going to put that time into a game that's going to be wiped, and we all know it's going to be wiped. Just miss me with that shit. Yeah. I'm not going to waste my time. That being said, the MMO subreddit is, of course, just completely fucking...
I thought Immortal might be a good place to be just because they don't wipe. Rust wipes, Eve doesn't wipe. Eve's another good place to be, but it's also...
in just big, hard-throbbing, veiny dicks, all out, just beating it over the idea that this game's going to fail and that Steven's the worst piece of shit ever, and the scam is coming closer to an end. I bet they have one more trick though before it's shut down. I don't know, guys. I don't want to see Ashes fail regardless of what people think about me. I don't want to see the game fail. I want everything to succeed or fail based on its own merit, and whether or not it succeeds is going to be based on whether the game's good, and everything else is completely irrelevant. But the fucking hate boner that the MMO subreddit has for this game is, it's funny to me, but I'm not the one it's aimed at. I mean, most of these people hate me as well. So it's equally funny, I guess, in that regard, but it is just funny to read. We'll have to wait and see. Again, this video is just complete bullshit and nonsense, like every single video I ever release. It is what it is. Thanks for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed. Look out for some more videos. I'm recording a bunch today and I'll release them over the next couple of days, this probably being the first one. Either way, hopefully you enjoyed. Check the link in the video description if you want to support my content. There's a GameSups link. They just messaged me earlier that I didn't reply to like usual, saying, hey Keurig, please don't share the... Okay, never mind. You can go. They have loads of new products. They're constantly sending me stuff. Like they just did this. We had a really good promo this week. It's... Okay, that was 2 weeks ago. I can't... Never mind. Go use my code and buy stuff and you'll get a discount and I'll get money back. And there we go. Thanks for watching and I'll see you next time. Stay safe. We're out. Peace. What up, friendos? Welcome back. Last night I was just, you know, browsing the internet, chilling out, about to go to bed, and I ran across the MMO subreddit. So I was just looking at the Deadlock update as well. On the MMO subreddit, this was posted. Ion 2 releases 3 new battle passes totaling $105 for season 2. Colour me shocked when I saw this. Saw this headline, and I thought, oh, I'll just check the Aeon 2 subreddit real quick, and saw the same usual suspects just running downstairs in their little gym jams, their little Transformer gym jams. Oh, don't talk about NCSoft. NCSoft's my dad. Oh, my dad works at NCSoft. It's the best company ever. You know, the corporate, you know, fucking cock sleeves that they are. And I was like, oh, I'll record a video about this tomorrow. And then I just recorded the Ashes of Creation video you might have seen before this. If not, go check it out. I'm sure it's, you know, going to be received super well because it's 25 minutes of me just talking fucking nonsense. Well, pretty much like this video is probably going to be, I guess. But then after that, I was like, what's the next video I'm going to record? And I couldn't remember that this existed. And then I spotted it and I was like, how could I forget? How could I forget? Because I'm a forgetful person. So what up, friendos? Welcome back. Let's talk about Ashes of Creation today. Okay, what up, friendos? Welcome back. This is the third video in a row I'm recording. Okay. So, what up, friendos? Welcome back. Let's talk about Ashes of Creation today. There's some drama. What up, friendos? Welcome back. Last night, I was just, you know, browsing the internet, chilling out, about to go to bed, and I ran across the MMO subreddit. So I was just looking at the Deadlock update as well. On the MMO subreddit, this was posted. Ion 2 releases 3 new battle passes totaling $105 for season 2. Color me shocked when I saw this headline, and I thought, oh, I'll just check the Aeon 2 subreddit real quick, and saw the same usual suspects just running downstairs in their little gym jams, their little Transformer gym jams. Oh, don't talk about NCSoft. NCSoft's my dad. Oh, my dad works NCSoft. It's the best company ever. You know, the corporate, you know, fucking cock sleeves that they are. And I was like, oh, I'll record a video about this tomorrow. And then I just recorded the Ashes of Creation video you might have seen before this. If not, go check it out. I'm sure it's, you know, going to be received super well because it's 25 minutes of me just talking fucking nonsense. Well, pretty much like this video is probably going to be, I guess. But then after that, I was like, what's the next video I'm going to record? And I couldn't remember that this existed. And then I spotted it and I was like, how could I forget? How could I forget? Because I'm a forgetful person, right? I'm segueing this. This is a really long segue, by the way, and I didn't even realize it was a segue. This is the genius of the Kira video network. I've just segued this in my brain without even knowing I was going to do it. How could I forget about such a important thing going on? Well, how could the Ion 2 developers forget that they'd put this in their cash shop for $105? Because seemingly that's what we're supposed to believe, right? They forgot. This was a mistake. They didn't mean to do this. What happened was they went into the cash shop, developed the thing that goes into the cash shop. They went into the game, they developed all these things, they implemented it, they tested it, presumably. It got put in the cash shop, had a price put on it. They wrote some patch notes, they put the prices on the patch notes, they did all the little number crunching conversions because the games industry is a scam and they have to have a fucking 17th layer of abstraction currency that you can't buy one-to-one that you want to buy the thing of. Oh, actually this costs 500 made up fictional currency. Can I buy 500? No, actually you can only buy 750. Why can you do that? Well, because we want you to have money in the game so that then when we release something else, you come back and think, oh, I only need 500, I'll buy another 750, and you just always have more left over. And they're scamming you. They're using psychology and sunk cost fallacy to scam you. Another topic for another day. Just mad tangents every fucking video, I guess. But they did all of that, and they just put the wrong numbers in. They forgot, right? And this is what we're supposed to believe. Alpha Eru, that fucking cretin, that creature, that goblin that's on the sub, and goblin's an apt word because he's gobbling these nuts, like he's gobbling the NCSoft nuts, everyone's nuts. He hates Westerners. If you fucking control left, Western on his profile. Single digit IQ Western player. These goddamn Westerners, you have to actually look. Kira is coming for you. Like, this guy fucking loves me. He'd scurried off for a while, but he's back. He's back. He must have fucking crawled out of the anime that he was in. But obviously they released this for the new season. 1 month, $105 battle passes. Season 2, because you forgot about season 1, where it definitely wasn't pay to win. So obviously the defenders came in. Bear in mind, at this time it was $105. So the people coming in to defend this, they were saying, oh, you can grind it. You can grind these things with Kina, with the in-game currency. You can grind it and then buy the sub, and then you can have the sub and trade with players because you need the sub to trade with players. So you can grind it and buy the $105 season 2 battle passes. You can get the passes by selling Kina and getting the Kuna in-game, by the way, but let's whine about it, smiley face. So still only need the sub. Suck it and see. Just keep sucking. Hey, that's not even suck it and see. We've seen he's covered head to toe. He looks like he looks like he's been fucking slimed from Ghostbusters. He's been straight slimed, but he's still sucking. Even though he's seen, he's still sucking, right? So they're in there defending it. Luckily, obviously, most people that have got fucking more than 2 brain cells to rub together are downvoting these creatures. You go, no one defends pay to win here. Pay to win only affects you if you're willing to spend money.
Okay, I respect yesterday. I log in. Oh, no. I didn't respect for this. Never mind. Oh, yeah, this character can fall and die. Never mind. Oh, never mind. I forgot what spec I'm in. Never mind. Okay.
Nobody's going to defend pay to win. Continues defending pay to win in the same comment. But obviously, what happened was they came out and said, oh, actually, this was a mistake. This was an error. We didn't mean to. It's like Alpha Eru said, this was a simple error. Nothing happens. There aren't multiple layers of business that that people have to go through. Multiple people before it gets to your eyeballs. It's just a guy. Somebody comes in and goes, John, we're about to release the notes for that patch. We've put all the stuff in the game. Can you just write the copy for this? Can you just write this down so we can post it without even looking at it? And it's you're solely responsible for doing this, and you've just got to do it all, and nobody's going to even double check your work. We're not going to fact check it at all. So whatever you type, you could type, I've got a lovely pair of coconuts and some Eminem rap god lyrics or whatever. Just you can do whatever you want. We'll post it anyway. Or you don't need to check it, boss. Post and it goes live. In this guy's mind, he thinks that's what it is. Oh, it was a simple mistake. So, it was slipped through the cracks. So why were those numbers in there in the first place? Even if that's the case, why are these numbers here? It was there because that's what they were trying to do. And for evidence of this, let's use our fucking simple deduction skills and look at what's happened in this game's history so far. Months and months and months and months and months. Not going to be pay to win. Not going to be paid. Here's a live broadcast. Hello, we're 2 nice, friendly Korean gentlemen. Nice to meet you all. I'm game person 1. Here's game person 2. Ignore the hands up our arse that's fucking puppeteering us, the corporate hands. This is not going to be pay to win. No pay to win, just cosmetics. Please buy our subscription. Please buy the subscription. It's the only way we can make money. There won't be any other monetization other than cosmetics. 2 days before launch. Yeah, same thing. You've heard it all before. No pay to win, no pay to win. You won't be able to buy these. Don't worry about it. Game releases, day 1. Oh, what do you mean? There's pay to win items in the game. Oh, what? Everyone's complaining. The stock price has dropped 15%. Everyone's going crazy. NCSoft's the worst company in the world. Repeat. Oh, they're now like a funeral service on screen, fucking deeply bowing and apologizing because they've disgraced themselves. That definitely didn't happen, did it? That was just a small error, a simple error. They didn't know. They said, oh, we thought the game would be too difficult, so last minute, even though there was evidence in our dev broadcasts that shown us these shop screens that have been developed, they were just for testing. They weren't ever going to be in the game. Fucking, it's not piss, it's rain. What do you mean? Why are you cocking your hand? No, it's just raining. Forget about it. Ignore it. It's fucking Schrodinger's cock. I don't even know what I'm saying. I've had way too much caffeine. I've not been awake for that long. Forgive me. What I'm saying is they've done this repeatedly at every step of the way, like every single time. You've caught them in the cookie jar. Their hands are there. There's crumbs all over them. There's chocolate chips on their teeth. Like they're smiling, and it looks like they've fucking been working in a coal mine. They've ate all the cookies. You've seen them do it, and then they do it again. You walk in and you see the crumbs everywhere, and you go, "Have you been in the cookie jar again?" And they go, "No, it was an error." And your response is, "Oh yeah, you're right. Actually, fuck these Western players. They're all clowns." And when people point out, oh, it's whale season, they've specifically made this game super hard for this season. They've added all this new content that's like mega difficult, and only the super whales can do it. And the response is, game is not for broke people. You should find a different game, maybe. He's not even wrong. I can't even hate. I can't even say this guy's a dickhead. I can't say he's a dickhead, but he's not wrong. He's absolutely right. I may disagree with the reason why he's saying this, but he's correct. This game is not for broke people. This game is for whales. You are playing an NCSoft MMORPG, a Korean MMORPG. This is one of the worst monetized of any Korean MMO I've seen in recent years, which is saying something. That's really saying something, because I played all of them. This game is fucking horrifically shit. They did it again when obviously everyone realized you're trying to charge us $105 for these battle passes. They had to do an emergency broadcast. Again, a month after release, they've had to do another emergency broadcast. Oh, fucking hell, that rake that we've just put down. We've stepped on it again. We've stepped on our own rake again. The developers went live urgently after realizing there were serious issues with Season 2 pass pricing and duration. They fully acknowledged fault, offered multiple direct apologies, if only. Can I take these apologies? Can I cash these apologies in somewhere? Because if I can't, what fucking use are these apologies? Because they just keep giving them. What are they worth? What's an apology worth if you just keep doing the same thing over and over again and you only apologize after people get outraged about it? And I don't know if outrage is the word, because outrage so often gets used in terms of like it's unreasonable, but this is outrageous in the true sense of the word. But it's every time they just keep getting caught doing this. They stated, and this is the funniest fucking part, because they've just told on themselves. They've literally told on themselves. They stated there were no excuses. Oh, it was just a simple mistake, guys, by the way. Or intentional testing of player tolerance. That's player exactly tolerance. What this was. And it was every time. What else then? They acknowledged full fault. Right. So what you're saying is, when you got caught doing this the first time and everyone went crazy, 1 month ago, by the way, 1 month ago, you got caught that time and you knew where people's tolerance was and you knew this was a mistake, but you're telling me 1 month later you just thought it was okay to do, and people are supposed to be like, oh, you know, that's fine, it's okay, it's whatever. At least with most other companies, they wait 2 or 3 months, they wait 6 months, they wait a year, or they slide in like 1% or something, or, you know, 5% or something. These motherfuckers are just going straight raw, no Vaseline. Like, it's actually, and then they say the thing that they're definitely doing. They're definitely testing player tolerance, and they've been doing it the whole time. The pass duration was shortened compared to Season 1, and Kuna prices were raised. This was deemed a mistake. So, I didn't even know this part. I didn't even know this part. So, remember their sub only runs, well, whoa, guys. Calm down. Hold your horses. I've had too much caffeine. I'm fucking getting ahead of myself. I almost said sub. And no, I'm not talking about the people who play this game who are subs for sure. You know, absolutely. In the gimp mask in the corner. No, mistress, no. I'm talking, I said sub. Subs. Plural. Subscriptions. Because 3 battle passes, $105. Oh, fucking $105, who cares? Cash shop, you know, pay to win, convert currencies. Multiple layers of pay to win. Not sub. Subs. We know there's multiple subs. The convenience sub, the premium sub, right? So not only they, as we know, were 28 days, which, you know, if you do the math, 28 days, 13 of those in a year. You're not even buying a month. You're buying 13 subs per year for, you know, a 12-month calendar year. But obviously that wasn't the case for the battle passes, right? They were going to run longer. They raised the price and they shortened the season, so they'd be able to sell even more of them, more. It just never ends with these motherfuckers. It really doesn't. And there'll still be people defending this. Oh, if you don't like it, don't play it. I'm not playing it. I'm making videos laughing at you and the company, and I'm going to continue doing so because it's fucking funny. It's for all the people, by the way, that are always like, oh, Kira, he must be such a sad individual. Oh, he's always dooming, he's always hating on things. He must be so upset. Mate, this is the highlight of my week. This is fun for me. As soon as this ends, I'm going to go back to playing, you know, 12 hours straight or whatever game I'm playing. Was Warframe, Old School RuneScape, got Runelight open in the background, of course. Was Path of Exile until recently. There's a whole video to be made about that game and how fucked that is, but, you know, for another time maybe, nobody cares. Playing some Mortal Online for the last couple of days, having a good time with that despite, you know, there's nobody playing the game. This is fun for me. It is what it is. I can't change. I like it. What can I say? These changes will fully revert to match Season 1 pricing and duration. Good job, guys. Good job. You shit on everybody and you've wiped them with a baby wipe, and, you know, now we're back to being in the sewers still. Everyone's still covered in shit. We've just smeared it around a little bit, but we're not actively increasing the amount that's, you know, coming down on your heads. You're still just back where you were. You didn't win anything. In fact, you lose. A 1,000 kuna item for new players was added, but it remains priced that way because making it cheaper would allow bot/workshop abuse. They apologized for this, but said it was unavoidable. I don't know what this means, but I'm just going to say that they're probably lying, and it is probably avoidable. The team chose to address players via live broadcast instead of just a notice because they felt the issue was serious and deserved direct communication. Yeah, they love doing this. They probably got on screen and bowed deeply and looked really upset. No, not hitting them with the fucking South Park. We're sorry. They promised the future changes will be communicated in advance and stated they have reflected deeply to prevent repeats. They said that last time. We're reflecting deeply. Yeah, probably in fucking 1 inch of water. Like, come on, guys. They acknowledged frustrations over long maintenance and said they're considering adjusting membership duration to compensate players not yet finalized. Maybe adjust it to a full month per sub. Crazy, I know. Fucking insane, but it is what it is. They reiterated commitment to working harder, rebuilding player trust and improving communication. The broadcast ended with further apologies and a promise to finish maintenance as quickly as possible and meet players in game. Yeah, I mean, work harder, rebuild player trust. 1 month later, what are they going to do next time? You know, what's going to be the next in the saga of Ion 2, whatever we're calling it? You just know this wasn't an error, obviously. Like, everybody knows it's not an error. If nobody would have complained that it was $105, they would have just left it in the game. And then what would the next one have been? How expensive would the next ones have been? Like, anyone who believes otherwise is an actual, like, almost non-functional moron. Like, they probably, the only reason they've even got on Reddit to have an opinion about this is because their carers lost sight of them for a minute or something. Like, they were probably cleaning up the rainbow vomit of the crayons they just ate. Because there's no way you can see a company doing this over and over and over and over again and be like, oh yeah, it's just an error. Like, please seek help. That being said, that's enough. Aeon 2, you don't even have to play the game, and this game is straight super fire content always, because NCSoft is one of the worst companies on the planet. It is, I don't know how the fuck this company is as big as it is. Current day NCSoft is a fucking joke, and they deserve this, and all companies deserve this if they're going to do it. So not many are as bad as NCSoft, but companies that do this to their customers deserve everything that they get. It's just unfortunate that the customer opinion and the corporate interest in terms of, like, people that have the money to buy stocks and control markets like this aren't directly one-to-one correlated in the way that I wish it was. Because obviously if public opinion was the stock price completely, then NCSoft would be, I mean, it'd be fucked, right? But they make money still, so people who want to make money still hold their stock, still buy their stock. And there are obviously occasions where the sentiment matches up with people's disinterest or, you know, lack of faith in the stock price, and it goes down. But there is also times where everyone hates a company and the company's still going up in valuation, and people still, you know, having faith, or the company's still earning good enough money that people don't care about the noise. I obviously wish it was the case that the stock price would just go down all the time and continue going down while companies were as bad as they are doing these things that everybody hates but makes money, line goes up. This is unfortunately how things mostly work. That being said, all of NCSoft's properties are mostly on the slide at the moment. Their big cash cows in mobile and stuff are not doing too great with their Lineage franchise, so good news overall. Hopefully they pull the finger out and we get some non-mobile dogshit pay-to-win garbage, but that's not really been the trend, has it? Especially out of Korea in recent years. That being said, let's move on with our life. Hopefully you had fun. I had a great time. Let me know if there's something you want to see me cover. Discord's open, Twitter in bio, Patreon, all that good stuff. If you want to throw me a few dollars each month for absolutely no reason other than support my content, which hopefully will be consistent going forward. There's been more videos on the channel, but it's not been as often as I'd like. But hopefully that'll change. And also check out GameSubs if you want to buy something over there. They have tons of promotions going on all the time. They had a really good one recently that I completely missed. They've got a calendar coming up that I unfortunately can't show you because they said not to, but if you use my code you'll get a discount. I'll get a kickback. Win-win, and I'll see you next time. Stay safe. Peace.
If you know two things about criminal procedure, one is probably you have the right to remain silent, and the other is you need a warrant to enter someone's house and arrest them. But according to a secret leaked ICE legal memorandum, ICE thinks that they can just enter your house and arrest you without any criminal procedure whatsoever. It's 2026, people, and the Constitution is optional, apparently. And that should scare absolutely everyone. There are very few things in the Constitution that are more clear than this. That the government can't break into your home without a warrant signed by a judge. Because under King George, you know, the tyrant that we rebelled against, British officers used what were called general warrants to barge into colonist homes without judicial approval. The Fourth Amendment was written to make sure that no government could ever do that again. So naturally, in the year of our Lord 2026, we decided to do exactly that again. So how did we get here? Well, Whistleblower Aid, a non-profit legal organization, represents two anonymous government officials who have revealed a very secretive and highly unconstitutional policy directive issued by ICE in May of 2025. And it looks like there was an actual cover-up to make sure that this memo didn't see the light of day. One of the whistleblowers within ICE had been allowed to view the memo only in the presence of a supervisor and then had to give it back. That person was not allowed to take notes. A totally legal thing when you're trying to train people on what is and is not constitutionally permissible. A second whistleblower was able to access the memo and lawfully disclose it to Congress through counsel. The whistleblower report and a copy of the memo were leaked to the public. So now we have access to a copy of this internal ICE memo that tells officers they can forcibly enter homes and make arrests using only an administrative warrant rather than a warrant actually signed by a judge. That distinction matters because under the Fourth Amendment, those two pieces of paper are not interchangeable. In fact, while they share parts of the same name, they're about as similar as a French horn and a shoehorn. Now, an administrative warrant isn't really a warrant as we normally think about it. It's an internal agency document signed by someone who works within the agency instead of a judge from the judiciary branch, which authorizes an arrest for an immigration violation. That administrative warrant allows someone to be arrested, but that's really it. It lets you arrest someone on public property, but it doesn't give them the right to make a forced entry into a private residence. In contrast, judicial warrants must be signed by a judge and specify who or what ICE is seeking. No one is obligated to answer the door for ICE or allow agents into a home unless they have a judicial warrant. But of course, we keep seeing ICE agents forcibly entering homes without any warrant at all and without consent. And we've also seen DHS officers trying to pass off administrative warrants as judicial warrants. In fact, this just happened to Chong Lee Scott Tao, an American citizen from St. Paul. ICE agents burst into his home without showing a judicial warrant while searching for two other people, handcuffed him in front of his grandson, and detained him outside in freezing temperatures wearing only underwear and a blanket. They eventually released him hours after they discovered he was not the target. So if you were wondering just where does ICE get off thinking that it has the right to do this, well, it's not just rogue agents. They apparently wrote this down and trained people on it. Yes, they're being told it's legal. Now, the government may not care about your rights or your privacy, but if you do, now is probably a good time to wipe all of your personal and private information off the internet. Your cell phone number, home address, email address, private social media accounts, and tons of sensitive data are shockingly easy to purchase by anyone online. But malicious actors can't hurt you if they can't find you. And so you can fight back and take control of your private information by signing up for today's sponsor, Incogni. Because Incogni wipes your personal data from the internet by searching the internet, reaching out to data brokers and websites directly on your behalf, and forcing them to remove your private information. If they resist, Incogni will take care of that too, because Incogni fights back. But what makes Incogni truly powerful in taking back control of your privacy is the custom removal. It allows you to flag an unlimited number of sites where your data is exposed, and you can even have Incogni's privacy experts review and tackle the most uncooperative data brokers and search sites. Now, I've been using Incogni for years now, and in that time you can see I've been on hundreds of lists, some of which had a high sensitivity score, meaning the broker had tons of data on it. Luckily, Incogni has completed hundreds of takedowns for me in that time. Now, I could never do this myself, so thank you to Incogni for weeks worth of work and adding me to over 40 suppression lists. And Incogni will continue to conduct ongoing removals because even if the broker removes your data once, they can always collect it and publish it again. So if online privacy is important to you, give Incogni a try. If you scan the code on screen or click on the link in the description, you'll get 60% off their annual unlimited plan. Or try Incogni risk-free for 30 days. If you decide to keep it, you'll still get the 60% off discount so long as you use my code LegalEagle, all one word, at checkout. So sign up for Incogni or I'll see you in court. The leaked memo directly conflicts with this little thing known as the Fourth Amendment, which is supposed to protect us against unreasonable searches and seizures. But let's dive into this monstrosity. On the top of the page, dated May 12, 2025, from Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons, the money quote says, quote, "Although the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has not historically relied on administrative warrants alone to arrest aliens subject to final orders of removal in their place of residence, the DHS Office of the General Counsel has recently determined that the U.S. Constitution, the Immigration and Nationality Act, and and the immigration regulations do not prohibit relying on administrative warrants for this purpose. What is the authority for this position? Not a court decision, not a statute, certainly not the Constitution. It's a Trump executive order, which, as we've explained many times on this channel, is not law. It then explains, quote, essential to the removal of aliens subject to final orders of removal is the ability to locate and arrest them. So you're telling me that in order to deport someone, you have to find them. Wow, these guys are real geniuses. Now, when there has been a formal order of removal, ICE drafts Form I-205, which allows agents to arrest the individual. Supervisors execute Form I-205, and ICE agents will serve that paperwork and take the person into custody. This is nothing new. But here's the sketchy part, quote, accordingly, in light of this legal determination, ICE immigration officers may arrest and detain aliens subject to a final order of removal issued by an immigration judge, the Board of Immigration Appeals, or a U.S. District Court judge or magistrate judge in their place of residence. ICE immigration officers should consider all available enforcement mechanisms, including the use of Form I-205, to arrest an alien in their place of residence to achieve the requirements of Executive Order 14159 in accordance with applicable law and policies. In the next section, the Lyons memo claims that the form along with the order of removal are, quote, important because that order establishes probable cause. Except that no, it doesn't. This is not a criminal proceeding. This is not a golden ticket to give probable cause under all circumstances. The memo doesn't bother to cite law here, but there is a footnote that contains an even more sweeping assertion of power, quote, this scoping is not intended to concede that an administrative warrant would be insufficient to arrest an alien in his or her place of residence prior to a formal order of removal, or where there is a final order of removal issued by an immigration officer. So in layman's terms, what this footnote is doing is saying that even though this memo purports to grant sweeping power that has never existed to the executive branch and is actually contrary to all constitutional law, it actually might go further, that maybe you don't even need a final order of removal to be able to conduct these warrantless arrests. This is an astonishing claim. But of course, ICE has been throwing around dubious paperwork to justify unconstitutional acts for a while now. Remember Kilmar Abrego Garcia? As Liz Dye explained in her latest update, the government never had a final order of removal in his case. So in December, an administrative judge issued a removal order and backdated it to 2019. It's just Calvin Ball all the way down at this point. But that's exactly why the law doesn't consider orders drafted by ICE employees to be on the same level as orders given by judges. ICE orders aren't written up by an impartial magistrate. But moving on to the next paragraph, which says officers must first knock on the door and share who they are and why they're at the residence, agents should, quote, generally only do these raids between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 p.m., and the people inside must be given, quote, reasonable chance to act lawfully. But if that doesn't work, the memo says they can use force to go in, quote, should the alien refuse admittance, ICE officers and agents should use only a necessary and reasonable amount of force to enter the alien's residence, following the proper notification of the officer or agent's authority and intent to enter. And this is where we need to pause and talk about why this is such a constitutional red line. The Supreme Court has said that physical entry into the home is the, quote, chief evil the Fourth Amendment was written to prevent. That quote is from a Supreme Court case which rejected Richard Nixon's claim that the president could bypass warrants for domestic threats. The Fourth Amendment was written in response to colonial-era general warrants and writs of assistance, which let officers search homes without specific judicial approval. The entire point of the warrant requirement is that a neutral judge decides when the government can cross that threshold. You know, checks and balances. But ICE is essentially arguing that a notice of removal issued by an immigration judge who isn't really a judge, they are an employee of the executive branch, is enough to supplant the need for a judicial warrant based on probable cause. And even if that were true, which it isn't, it would be trivially easy for ICE to take the notice of removal to a judge and get them to issue a real arrest warrant. But an order of removal is not a replacement for probable cause or a warrant. In fact, a removal order isn't even a criminal undertaking at all. Oh, and by the way, adding insult to injury, the Trump administration job postings for immigration judges now calls them deportation judges, which kind of highlights why you need a real judge to issue a real warrant to enter and arrest someone. Under current Supreme Court doctrine, the Fourth Amendment bars warrantless home entry for arrest unless there is a judicial warrant or exigent circumstances. In Payton versus New York, the court explained that an arrest warrant must be issued by a neutral magistrate, not by the executive branch, before law enforcement can break down someone's door and make an arrest. That's why this memo's claim that administrative warrants suffice is so radical. It asserts exactly what Payton and related cases reject. So what is the government's legal theory here? Why would ICE think an administrative warrant can replace a judge's warrant? Well, as law professor and Fourth Amendment expert Oren Kerr speculates, it might be based on a reading of Abel versus United States, a Supreme Court case from 1960, where the court upheld an immigration arrest in a hotel room. Now, the Abel case has never been overturned, but it came 20 years before Payton versus New York, the case that made it clear that the government needs a judicial warrant to enter a home. And the Abel case didn't even approve forced entry into someone's home. Hotel staff cooperated and the court never addressed breaking down doors, curtilage, or modern consent doctrine. The modern rule starts with Payton versus New York. Then in Stigald versus United States, the court went further and ruled that even a valid arrest warrant does not allow police to enter someone else's home to look for the subject without consent. The Fourth Amendment protects the house itself, not just the person being arrested, which is why Scott Tao and many like him should never have been ripped from his home by armed ICE agents who were looking for someone else, and probably did not have consent to enter that home. And that's the doctrine that courts apply today. But the ICE memo appears to cite no law whatsoever in making this general policy. And actually worse, in a footnote, the ICE memo admits that this new policy can't even apply in Los Angeles, in the Central District of California, because of a court decision that runs 100% counter to what they're saying. The case referenced is called Kidd versus Mayorkas, which was a class action lawsuit that challenged ICE's knock and talk tactics in the Los Angeles area. Under this practice, ICE would enter the constitutionally protected private areas around individuals' homes, like the porch or backyard, to arrest occupants without consent or judicial warrant. But the district court, the trial court, held that ICE's practice of entering the curtilage of homes to make arrests without a judicial warrant or valid consent violates the Fourth Amendment. Now, the government settled the Kidd case in 2025, and they agreed not to engage in deceptive tactics during knock and talk, such as misidentifying themselves as state or local cops. And they also agreed not to enter a home without a warrant or consent, quote, for the purposes of arresting residents. And the government ultimately settled the Kidd case, but the Lyons memo makes it clear that they did not accept the judge's constitutional analysis. I mean, we're only guessing here, but it's likely the government is now arguing that an immigration officer who signs a Form I-205 should count as a judicial officer for Fourth Amendment purposes. In other words, executive branch officials can function as the equivalent of judges. And the administration is trying to make hay out of the fact that administrative warrant and judicial warrant are homophones of each other. Somehow Yale Law graduate J.D. Vance said,
but nobody is talking about doing immigration enforcement without a warrant. We're talking about different types of warrants that exist in our system. Typically what happens, not always, but typically in the immigration system, those are handled by administrative law judges. So we're talking about getting warrants from those administrative law judges.
And he's just wrong. Immigration judges do not even issue administrative warrants. The warrant is generated and signed by ICE officers. If you fill out an I-205 form, that form is signed by the ICE officer, which is why ICE's training materials say they don't justify a home search. An immigration judge will sign a final order of removal, but that's not the same thing. And Vance is also wrong about administrative law judges, or ALJs, in that immigration judges are not even classified as administrative law judges. As Professor Murray says here, understanding administrative due process is a difficult process because it's not the same as civil or criminal due process. It might be okay to have ICE serve a warrant, but what is not okay, breaking into your home or your car based on this somewhat lesser warrant. And that's why a lot of the earlier ICE actions were at courthouses. They were apprehending people in public where it is legal. And just to show you, here's what a judicial warrant looks like, signed by a judge. That's from the National Immigration Law Center. And here's what an administrative warrant looks like. Note the signature block. And to add insult to injury, the man that they mistook Tao for, Lue Muao, well, they should have known where he was, because he was already in prison. But Judge Wright addressed that in Kidd versus Mayorkas. And as he pointed out, Fourth Amendment cases emphasize the need for a neutral and detached magistrate. Quote, case law supports the need for independent judgment in issuing warrants. And he cites Shadwick versus City of Tampa, where the Supreme Court said, quote, the warrant traditionally has represented an independent assurance that a search and arrest will not proceed without probable cause. Thus, an issuing magistrate must be neutral and detached. To which the judge cited Coolidge versus New Hampshire, where the Supreme Court observed that, quote, the whole point of the basic rule is that prosecutors and policemen simply cannot be asked to maintain the requisite neutrality with regard to their own investigations. And that's also consistent with ICE training materials, which affirm that, quote, administrative warrants do not authorize entry into a dwelling without consent. At least that's what their non-secret training materials say. But this new secret memo directly contradicts DHS's 2025 legal training manual issued by its Office of Chief Counsel, which says, quote, the physical entry of the home is the chief evil against which the wording of the Fourth Amendment is directed. Entering a home to arrest a person without a judicial warrant or an exception to the warrant requirement is typically a violation of the Fourth Amendment, regardless of whether the officer has probable cause to arrest the suspect. An officer who enters a person's home to make an arrest must have 1, a warrant, 2, consent, or 3, an exigent circumstance. And the memo also contradicts DHS's training materials on executing removal orders. Quote, an administrative arrest warrant does not alone authorize a Fourth Amendment search of any kind. The secret lines memo also conflicts with ICE's fugitive Administrative Operations Handbook, which says, quote, neither a warrant for arrest of alien, I-200, nor a warrant of removal, I-205, authorizes officers to enter the target's residence or anywhere else where the target has a reasonable expectation of privacy. A government intrusion into an area where a person has a reasonable expectation of privacy for the purposes of gathering information will trigger Fourth Amendment protections, including a physical intrusion into a constitutionally protected area. Therefore, without a criminal warrant, officers must obtain voluntary consent before entering a residence or area where there is a reasonable expectation of privacy. Now, the memo is addressed to all ICE officers, but has not been distributed to all of them. According to the whistleblowers, it's being shown to, quote, select DHS officials who are then directed to verbally brief the new policy for action. Those supervisors then show the memo to some employees, like our clients, and direct them to read the memo and return it to the supervisor. Yes, you're reading that right. The memo is deemed too hot to even show to rank-and-file ICE agents. And the agency fired employees who objected to the unconstitutional policy. It says, quote, a seasoned government instructor chose to resign rather than be forced to teach what they understood to be unlawful. This is evidence that the people who drafted the Lyons memo have knowledge that it is illegal. It also shows that some of the employees have been retaliated against for opposing the illegal policy. And the complaint reiterates that ICE leadership knows that the Form I-205 is not a real warrant. Quote, Form I-205 has not been considered a warrant issued by a neutral and detached magistrate. Only a warrant issued by a neutral and detached magistrate would authorize ICE agents to enter or search non-public areas such as an alien's residence. So to recap, ICE leadership knows administrative warrants aren't real warrants, their own training says you can't enter homes this way, and Congress's own legal experts agree. Oh, and ICE wants to hide this memo from the public and also the people who are supposed to be implementing this new policy. Which brings up an important question. Is the Lyons memo evidence of a criminal conspiracy? I don't know, man, but that definitely seems like a conspiracy against rights under the civil rights laws. Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems, and they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? How do I know if this attorney is any good? And there's a massive gap in our justice system. It's that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way? What if we could build a law firm that actually lived up to the values that I talk about on this channel? Transparency, accessibility, and putting clients first instead of chasing billable hours. A firm where you don't need to pay anything up front, and your lawyers only get paid if you do, to maximize your opportunity for justice. So a few years ago, I decided to fix that problem. I decided to start my own personal injury law firm. And honestly, it wasn't an easy choice. But I realized I was in this unique position. I had this platform, this community, and the experience. Not to get rich, trust me, there are easier ways to make money than starting a law practice. But we did it because access to justice shouldn't be a luxury. Because finding the right legal representation shouldn't feel like playing Russian roulette with your future. And when you work with my firm, you're not just getting a lawyer. You're getting a team that understands that behind every case is a real person with real stakes. If we can't represent you, or you're in a state where we don't practice, we'll take the time to try to match you with an attorney in my personal network of lawyers. A national network of some of the best lawyers in the country who actually specialize in what you're going through, located right where you are, not just whoever happens to be available. So if you're dealing with a personal injury, a car crash, a data breach, sexual harassment, a social security or workers' comp issue, give us a call at the number on screen or click on the link below. Now, I can't represent everyone that watches this channel. I wish I could, but what I can do is make sure that when you need legal help, you have somewhere to turn to that you can trust. So whether it's me handling your case or the incredible attorneys we partnered with, you'll get the same principles of honesty and education that we bring to every video. And if you're dealing with a legal issue and you're not sure where to start, check out the link in the description. Let's have a conversation about how we can help you find not just a lawyer, but the right lawyer for your situation. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about, making sure that when life gets complicated, you don't have to face it alone. Which is why when you need a lawyer, you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team.
This was a layup. Best Buy and Target. This was a layup. They dragging y'all for filth. This was a perfect opportunity to break up with somebody before they break up with you first. I've been doing that since I was 18. Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. I'm Reese Waters, and this is Street Politics. Although this definitely could have been a troubled waters. Y'all know what y'all did.
If you live in the US and you are justifiably pissed about what's going on in our name, January 20th is a very important date to get involved. So tomorrow, January 20th at 2 p.m., there's going to be a national walkout.
This is a moment when the entire country is going to stop participating in business as usual. Not only is this going to be a protest in and of itself, but this is also going to be a test for us to see if we can organize as a country across communities.
And ain't nobody told me nothing. All the subscribers and members we got on the y'all didn't think I wanted to walk out? Y'all didn't think I wanted to walk out? Huh? You didn't think I wanted to just get up? And it was 2 p.m. too? That's during my live. I could have got up and just walked off during my live out of solidarity. Ain't nobody saying nothing. I could have been yelling in the street.
I'm as mad as hell and I'm not gonna take it anymore.
On January 20th, we are walking out to free America.
And walking in to remove the regime.
We're walking out of work, walking out of school.
We're walking out of anywhere and everywhere.
Because it's past time that we stop cooperating with fascism.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. This Miss Ray. Huh? Oh, you did tell me about the walkout? You sent it to me the night before. You know I don't be checking my email. Well, what y'all got going on next?
So Friday, January 23rd, we're asking everybody to pause, to stop, to rest, to reflect, and to fast and pray and come collectively together to not spend any money. Every Minnesota, no work, no school, no shopping, so that we can send a message to not just Minnesota, but to this nation. We want ICE out of here, and that there should be no investment in a militaristic force like ICE that comes in and terrorizes and oppresses the people in this state and all across this nation. So we're asking for a pause. We're asking people not to go to work. We're asking businesses to close that day. We'll gather here downtown at 2 o'clock to really reflect, come together, pray, and just kind of be together, but also send this message that this is unacceptable and we're not going to take it. Friday, January 23rd, come join us.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Yeah, because that'd be good with my family. When they ask me for something on Friday, we can't even blackout. We can't even do it. No Happy Meals today. I'm sorry.
What do you mean by that?
Labor unions, community leaders, and faith groups are calling for an economic blackout in Minnesota on Friday to protest against the surge of federal immigration agents in the state to mourn Renee Good. Organizers are urging Minnesotans not to work, shop, or go to school. The Trump administration has dispatched about 3,000 federal agents to the state in what it claims amounts to its largest enforcement operation thus far amid a broader crackdown on immigration. More than 2,400 people in Minnesota have been arrested in recent weeks. An Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer fatally shot Good, 37, in Minneapolis earlier this month. Knudsen expressed hope that the CEOs of all these corporations that are based in Minnesota take note. The largest U.S. corporations headquartered in Minnesota include Target, Best Buy, United Healthcare, and General Mills. None immediately return requests for comment. Hey, we got y'all on Target. We got y'all on. Oh no, we got months in. Holla at Jamal Bryant.
Put that shirt in my backpack. Put that wallet in my knapsack. Hey.
Now here's where it gets particularly wild. Because it's one thing for the people to plan a blackout, right? An economic blackout. That typically is to punish the companies and the corporations to affect change. They got businesses participating in the blackout. Here's a list of stores and restaurants that are participating, gathered by the news outlet Bring Me the News. These are all the stores and restaurants set to close for the January 23rd action. Let's see, ain't no Best Buy on here. Definitely don't see a Target on here.
As the federal crackdown in the Twin Cities grows, protests seem to be growing along with it. Ashley Grahams joins us with the latest on a planned economic blackout Friday that includes workforce and faith leaders.
Yeah, Aaron, federal immigration enforcement has drawn sharp criticism from union leaders who say some of their members have been detained. Now more businesses and restaurants in the metro plan to join in the protest.
Instead of the usual shoppers stocking up, this Friday the aisles will be empty. This Minneapolis grocery store is closing their doors for one day only.
Both our customers and our staff have been talking about this event as an important way to show solidarity with our community.
Lisa Coyne is the store director at the Wedge Community Co-op in Linden Hills. This sign on their bulletin board reads, "No work, no school, no shopping," a sign of protest as Immigration and Customs Enforcement continues Operation Metro Surge with thousands of federal agents in the Twin Cities.
Seward Co-op, East Side Co-op, and Mississippi Market have all decided to close in support of the day of action.
Businesses across the Twin Cities are posting similar statements online, from Bar La Grassa to Ola Arepa and coffee shops like Fragment.
I think anytime people can peacefully make their needs and desires known is an important thing to do.
Now, I do want to give a shout out to all the businesses that are showing solidarity with the people. I would also like to express on a personal level what sense it makes to close down and curry favor with the people as opposed to, you know, being open and openly rejected at this time. I mean, this was a layup. Best Buy and Target. This was a layup. They dragging y'all for filth. This was a perfect opportunity to break up with somebody before they break up with you first. I've been doing that since I was 18.
He's out of line, but he's right.
From the president of the Minneapolis Regional Labor Federation, working people, our schools, and our communities are under attack. Union members are being detained, commuting to and from work, tearing families apart. Parents are being forced to stay home, students held out of school fearing for their lives, all while the employer class remains silent. Our labor federations are encouraging everyone to participate on January 23rd. It's time for every single Minnesotan who loves this state and the notion of truth and freedom to raise their voices and deepen their solidarity for our neighbors and coworkers living under this federal occupation.
Some unions also plan to participate in Friday's protest.
Working people across our community are afraid for their lives.
We have lost over 20 members to these abductions by federal agents.
One union representing janitors, security officers, and window cleaners say some of their members have been detained.
If the declared purpose of these detentions is to take hardened criminals off the streets, it's not working. We know of no serious previous crimes committed by any of these members.
Teacher unions from the Twin Cities are also joining in.
Federal immigration enforcement agents have created hazardous and dangerous conditions in our community that threaten the very right of our children to receive an education.
Now, I would just like to present the scenario where your populace doesn't feel safe going to work and sending their children to school. That is the world that's being created in Minneapolis. And not at random, because this has been happening in blue cities, which is the only kind of cities, but also in blue states. This was orchestrated from the very beginning. From Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, I know you're angry, I'm angry. What Donald Trump wants is violence in the streets, but Minnesota will remain an island of decency, of justice, of community, and of peace. Don't give him what he wants. Absolutely. Do not give him what he wants. And that would also go for the people that have enabled this behavior and this takeover of Minneapolis, St. Paul, the corporations, the employer class. So what say y'all? Y'all down?
Okay, the reason these boycotts and shit don't be working is because people are too lazy, too scared to actually just show up. Like Friday, like just don't go to work. Don't buy anything. Like even Thursday, I should even a little further. Don't buy things Thursday because these companies and shit are still going to benefit off of that shit Friday because you're just making up for the money that you would have not spent Friday. Show up. Like ICE is raiding me country. The Trump administration is taking over the world. They're trying to. Supporting paying for a genocide multiple countries around the world, honestly. And it's like, what the does it take for Americans to just wake up and show the up? Like, why the is it so hard to just literally go one day and boycott some shit? This shit works.
Now wait a minute. Who not showing up? Who don't be showing up? Are we gonna name names? Cause we've been here before about who don't be showing up to the protests.
Right, where resistance is cultural, where disruption is a form of civic engagement. It's practically an art form. Here, especially among white Americans, and the racial distinction matters. There is no real appetite for sustained discomfort, much less the willingness to take on collective risk. That's been engineered over generations. Comfort has become compliance. And that's why I have a hard time taking most calls for a general strike seriously, particularly the performative ones coming from the chattering classes, not the folks who are actually in the trenches when it comes to organizing, or when it comes to active resistance and resistance movements, with which I am entirely sympathetic. Not because it isn't the right tactic, but because it requires a culture, broadly conceived, that we do not have. It takes infrastructure, it takes clarity, it takes shared sacrifice, and a preparation for a potential sacrifice. None of that exists at scale in the United States. What we have instead is institutionalism and inertia, particularly among white Americans who still treat court rulings and the announcements of court rulings as if they carry some sort of inherent authority, as if the Constitution has some sort of inherent authority, as if people will autocorrect, as if this regime will somehow respond to some federal district court judge's ruling and go, yeah, right, got us, we'll stop. Or who point to Trump endorsing 2026 congressional candidates as if we're on track for a normal election under fair conditions. Yes, that election might well happen. It probably will happen. If you think that it's going to be under the same voting circumstances that you're used to, then I beg you to take a pause and read the room.
He said it. He said it. Maybe they'll listen from one of their own. They don't listen. They don't listen when we say it. So I'm just hoping that maybe that'll resonate or something like that.
Like a tenth of Starbucks' stock has gone down because of people boycotting and shit. But imagine if more and more people actually showed up or gave enough to show up. Like, that shit would be going out of business. Like, you guys, why are we so lazy? Like, we see the monstrosities going on in this country. Why the are we not willing to stand up and just show up? Like,
oh yeah, y'all did make a move on Starbucks, didn't you? I didn't have to do that. No, I've been boycotting just because I ain't got it like that. Yeah, I didn't have it. And then I learned how to make a caramel macchiato on my own. What you do is you go get that pound of sugar and you just pour like a little bit of coffee on top of it.
Show up. Like, do not go to work. Do not spend money on Friday, the 23rd of January. Like, show up in solidarity with Minnesota. As a Minnesotan, I will be participating. Like, show the up, America. Like, show the up. It is not hard. Like, you're not gonna, if everybody does this shit, they're not gonna fire the whole, all of the employees at business. Like, if everybody shows up, they can't punish everyone. So show the up. Love you.
Well, one thing that I will say about the citizens of Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Minnesota at large, they've been about that action.
Hey folks, I want people to see this live video. We are at the Target in Edina. We've got to have about 70 people in line here. Everybody bought salt and they're returning it. Why? Because we are asking that Target step up as a corporation of moral courage in this critical moment in our country. ICE is leveraging Target's silence. They are abducting Target employees. They are staging in Target parking lots. They are going into Target stores and using it as propaganda opportunities. We are asking Target, whose whole brand has been built on serving the communities in which they are, to step up, speak out, use the corporate power that they have, because we know that's the only thing that they listen to.
Wow, that was what they all just went and bought the salt, and that is strong. They didn't want to integrate the group at all. They didn't. They just went to the one home. That's fine. I salute everybody that was there. I salute everybody that was there, and my level of respect increases with every step she took back in line. That last lady. Can you imagine being in a protest? Hey, we both get credit for being in a salt protest, but she get to be in the front. It's gonna take me 2 more hours to get out of here. That is phenomenal. That's what I mean when I say about that action. Just hope you get a good register, because if you get one of them slow registers to deal with the returns during that shift, they gonna be here till the midterms.
So how do we fight authoritarianism? We knock out the pillars that are propping it up. One of the biggest pillars in our country, giant corporations like Target, which is essentially kowtowing to the Trump administration, also cooperating with ICE, letting them stage in their parking lots, etc. They're complicit. We need to make them stop. These people, by doing this slow return process where 70 people are lined up returning each one container of salt, is brilliant. It's poetic. It's peaceful. Even Kirsty Noem, lying Nazi Barbie, cannot accuse them of being domestic terrorists, but they are moving the needle. How? By disrupting Target's business and forcing corporate ownership to pay attention. And it's brilliant, of course, because salt melts ice. If you're someone who's been saying, oh, I don't know how to help, I want to, but I can't, can you return a container of salt? Because if you can, congratulations, you just qualified for the resistance. Join us.
There's a lot going on at Target. And Target is based out of Minnesota. It's one of those companies that employs a lot of people in Minnesota. Greg Bovino was there, and this is what he was saying.
Very terrible things about law enforcement, about federal agents, and that's reflected in what...
Oh no, they're calling you guys out, calling you names. Oh no.
What you see by that vocal minority out on the streets. And
they want you to believe you're that minority.
Actually take what those elected representatives say, and they put it into action. And that's too bad, because they're being set up. They're almost like cannon fodder, Sean. Those elected representatives and those so-called community leaders and social media influencers, they don't care if these individuals get hurt or killed. They're after a reaction. And I'll tell you what, our law enforcement officers here in Minneapolis and across the United States do a fantastic job in dealing with this every day. A lot of restraint and professionalism, as you can see on display.
I don't know, Greg. Maybe it's because... Oh yeah, teen boy, U.S. citizen.
Shit's crazy. My man's bleeding. Bleeding. They slammed me on the ground.
Yeah, only going for criminals, right? People calling you names, throwing snowballs, and you're unaliving people on the streets, pepper spraying people in their face, shooting them in their face. So much restraint, so much. Anyways, what do you guys think? Do you think Target's gonna do anything? Because I really don't think they're gonna do anything. They've already given in with their DEI, their sales have dropped, and I think they're going to buckle down and not say shiz, and continue to allow these men to go into their Targets, to use their restrooms, and to racially profile while they're in there and take their employees and say not one god thing.
Oh, but they weren't just there to buy salt and return it. Oh no.
People deserve dignity.
But of course, whenever you have a collection of people that decide to come together in solidarity, in love and concern for one another and for their neighbors, MAGA's gonna hate. You know what I mean? You know, that's their brand. That is their brand.
Have you seen this bullshit? Minnesota. Of course, Minnesota. Where the world has gone crazy. So the geriatric ward has been unleashed. Can't leave no man behind. So they're using these old people to go into Target to protest because they allege that Target, they are allowing ICE agents to use the restrooms.
Excuse me, are you under the impression that their main issue with Target is them using the restrooms? Is that the amount of research that you did before you came and took to the internet? They got whole videos of them going in and removing and arresting, detaining people from inside of Target. We have whole content of them posted up in Target. They talked about them using Target as their state. You really think that this is about them using the restrooms? Because people be protesting me all over DC if that was the case.
The shocker of it. Oh my God. So they come in and they stage this protest. They disrupt regular business. They have their chantings sitting on the floors, their kumbayas. There could have been a tambourine or two in there. I don't know.
Wait. I'm sorry. Did you say there could have been some tampering? You said there could have been some tampering? What do you mean by that? Like messing with the goods? So you think that the plan to disrupt the economic flow of the employer class was to tamper with Target goods? You think that was you think they brought some rollback pricing signage from Walmart to put up there? Like, are you telling on yourself? It sounds like you telling on you. Well, I ain't never been in Target without tampering, so I can't imagine.
I guess I'd taken her Geritol that day, and they were all on the loose.
Excuse me, I can't let you do that. I saw what you saw. I saw what you saw with the Geritol, but are you sure that age and health and fitness is where you want to go with, you know what I mean? Is age and fitness really where you want to go?
And so in this final hoo-ha, they all grab a shopping cart. There's approximately 70 of them, according to this video. And then they go over and they each individually buy salt. Because you see, salt melts ice. Oh, it's symbolic. And then after they purchased it, then they all move their little asses over to the return. And there with the carts, not allowing the regular customers to have a cart to shop. And then they return it. And according to this video, because they do this over and over again. My question for Target is, are you complicit in this bullshit?
Ooh, this might be my favorite part of the video. Target, are you complicit? Now this is great. So, Target is complicit for allowing people to come into their establishment and purchase goods. You right. I feel you. I feel they should not be allowing people to come into Target and purchase goods. You know what I mean? You right. That would go, or maybe it's just a certain type of person. What white women? It looked like a lot of white women. So you ban the white women from Target? Is that what you want to? I know that would hit home. That would hit home. Or is it the returns? Is it the return part that makes them complicit? That they're allowing people to return goods? Because naturally, if Target were to come out and say you can't return goods, that would be good for them. You know what I mean? That would be. It'd be about as good as that pack of Uno cards during Black Friday.
Are you? Did you allow? Did you allow these people to come in here to make their statement? Oh, we knew nothing about it? Bullshit. Either your manager was complacent into this or your corporation is. and this is your back way of doing it. Because what store in their right mind is going to allow people to come in and carry on like this and push away real customers?
They don't need no help pushing away customers. They don't need no help. They've been doing that for a couple of years now.
But
They don't need no help.
this is what you want to do. It's your business for now. Go tell that to your stockholders, you know, the people who have invested money in your company. I truly predict, I'm going to go take a quick look at it, what your stock is worth today, and see what it's at to end. I'm pretty sure you're going bankrupt. End of 2026. That's my prediction. Mm-hmm.
Lady, are you trying to take credit for the Target boycott that's been going on almost a year now? Are you trying to take... That's what MAGA do. They've been boycotting Target for forever because of the DEI stuff. Now we mad at Target. We put our stamp on it. So when y'all go out of business, MAGA, that's the go woke, go broke mentality. That's exactly, y'all not slick. Y'all not slick. And by the way, Target, congratulations. You see how they move? This is who y'all pick me to be aligned with. So good luck with that. Yeah.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Now, I, for one, salute the reaction of the people in Minneapolis. The way that they have come together, the way that they have shown love for one another has been, quite frankly, amazing. And we've seen it from all strata of society.
That's a call to action. You shut down the cities and you say, we're not going to make any moves anymore until this is addressed, even if it's for one day. The city was shut down. There'll be no movement. If all unions were able to make that happen, I think that would show the power of the people. We should all be thinking like Renee. We should all be thinking like, I'm gonna stand up for whomever needs it. And when she was murdered, I think that woke a lot of people up. I think that said, we don't care who you are now. Our agenda is the only thing that we care about, and we will kill you. When I heard about George Floyd, I was driving the 5 line around that time. That was a very rough time. This feels very similar. This is a constant, and it's only going to get worse if we don't figure out a way to control it. And it's now directly affecting our members, our drivers, because about 40% of the drivers that we have here are immigrants. One of our drivers was apprehended, abducted, had to spend 34 days with no one knowing where he was at all. I mean, just imagine you saying goodbye to your loved one in the morning and on their way to work, and then all of a sudden they never show up and you have no idea where they are. The moment that it really hits home, the moment that you can say, that's my neighbor, that's my sister, that's my brother who
That's my neighbor, that's my sister.
Detained.
Fuck you for fucking with her.
You can't.
My little sister's Rose of Sharon. My little sister's Rose of Sharon. Fuck you for fucking with her.
For what we believe in, what's right, what's good, what's just. Come out, fight for your brother, fight for your sister, fight for your sibling. We are all in this together, because it will not stop. It will not stop unless we make it stop. Let's fight, let's get it. Let's go.
And as a result of how they have moved, we've seen that feeling of mutual love and respect expand beyond their borders.
Shut it down. 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 Fuck
as
yeah,
far as
shut
this
it down.
specific action, we've already seen the effects of this potential kind of blackout during Black Friday.
To me, the only logical response to the government canceling SNAP benefits is for Americans to cancel the holiday season. Close the wallets. Close the wallets. You don't need to buy a turkey. You've had turkeys for the last how many years? You're good to skip a year.
Turkey's
Black
so
Friday
gross to
hasn't
me.
Black Friday, and I don't know how long. The deals
it's
suck.
a good bird for me.
You don't
but
need
it's
a new flat screen. You already got one from last
turkey
year.
for Thanksgiving. I don't
Your
know
kids
about
have
that.
tablets, they have toys, they have electronics. They'll be good and miss out on 1 year. They'll be okay. Close the wallets. Cot boy. You know? We shouldn't be spending any money then. It makes no sense for, in response to the government taking food off people's tables, for us to then open our wallets and continue the economy as if nothing is wrong. It's time for a cop boy of the holiday season. The time of year where corporations make the most money, yeah, shut it down. Close the wallets.
As well as how powerful a boycott can be when targeted. Pun intended. Based on the 2025 Q1 earnings report, the retailer showed a 3.1% drop in merchandise sales and a 3.8% decline in comparable store sales.
As of late, the discount department store has lost market share. And while its customers are spending about the same per quarter, Walmart and Costco's customers are spending even more. Between April 2024 and April 2025, Target lost nearly half of its share price.
Don't ask for nothing. Don't ask for nothing. Don't ask for nothing. You can't get nothing from me.
Hell, we even got Ludacris to drop out of MegaFest. You know? And that was just the backlash. That was before we got all the Target salt demographic involved. You get the Target salt demographic involved. Now you know what I mean? Now you really got something. Now you really got something. So I see y'all. I guess I'll see y'all Saturday. I see y'all on Saturday. Don't nobody call me or text me on Friday, because I'm gonna be, you know what I mean, I'm gonna be in reflection. And I might text back, and I don't want y'all to have those receipts. So just leave me be. Leave me. I'm reflecting. They got any games on Friday or anything like that? Oh, I gotta bring my son's action figures down here. What about old VHS tapes? Y'all got VHS tapes that we can watch on Friday? Oh, you know what? My daughter has the little handset where you do the thing and you can watch the movie when you click your finger real good. I was good at that, so I could click my finger and I could watch the movie. There it is. I'm all set. Thank you guys so much for watching the video. Well, what do you think?
What's up, MTV? Come on in, you broke mother.
I'm in my new space. I had teased it to you guys, and here it is. You know what? I like it. It's very well lit. Hopefully, we can make the night videos not look like hostage content. And I was able to bring in a lot of the stuff you guys enjoyed from the last set. You know, I had to have Bob in here. I had to find a way to get Bob in here some kind of way. And of course, I had to have a jersey. That's going to rotate. Don't worry about that. And we might even be able to rotate this mug right here, but we got some more space around here. So, you know, I'm accepting gifts. That's a joke, but I do be accepting gifts though.
What do you mean by that?
And right here, we have an original Basquiat. I couldn't get that in the old set, but I wanted to, you can't have an original Basquiat.
So he plays like the same thing at the end of each episode.
and not have it on your.
All right. Fallout 4 came out in 2015. Really? That was over 10 years ago. What have I been doing? What have I been doing with my life? We all assumed the next big Bethesda game would be Fallout 5, or at least maybe Elder Scrolls. But what we actually got was Fallout 76. Yeah, you heard that right. Fallout 76 wasn't originally planned to be the next thing after Fallout 4. In fact, there's strong evidence Bethesda was gearing up to return to Tamriel instead. So how did we end up with an online Fallout MMO?
Okay, well that's good. Okay, no problem. Yeah, I can hear it. I can talk, yes, I'm gonna mute.
Marcella Nore Sin Dore Illumen yo Magala Allah sin do re.
Hello? Not really, unfortunately. I can understand what you're saying, but it's very hard to. Something about falling? Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Sorry. Uh huh. You want to talk? Yeah, you want to talk then? It's okay. Yes. Uh huh. And I'll be up there and we can talk. No problem. Y- yes. No problem. I'm sorry the connection's so bad. All right. Love you. Bye. I have to take a small break to go bring in the stuff from the car, guys. I'm terribly sorry. Yep, I'm not muted. And I'm going to. Oh, no, I'm not getting sound through this or whatever. Am I getting sound through this? Yes, I am. Yeah. I have to go bring in the groceries from the car, which will take like 10 or 15 minutes, and I will go do that, and I will be back. I love you guys. I'm gonna scoop the cat box and get that out of the way, so there's no other interruptions today because I don't have to do family dinner today. So yeah, and I will talk to you guys in a bit. I'm gonna leave. I'll be back here Probably around 6. It's like 5:20, maybe a little shorter, a little longer. I don't really know, but I'm gonna go be there for my family, and I don't know how long that will take. So I will do so now. Sorry guys. I'm gonna pause this recording here and end. Okay, I am back and I'm going live. Sweet. Hey, I hit 400 followers on Kick. Nice.
Instead of Skyrim's successor or a proper Fallout sequel. Like, comment, subscribe, let's get into it. Bethesda's patterns used to be simple. One big single-player RPG, then the next. Skyrim, Fallout, Elder Scrolls 6, next Fallout. But after Fallout 4, the pattern got broken, and Fallout 76 showed up first. That wasn't supposed to happen. People cried out, "Why?" I don't know if they really did, but whatever. People were mad. People were confused. And most importantly, people were asking, why Fallout 76? According to reporting, Bethesda originally intended The Elder Scrolls 6 to be the studio's next big project after